Immediately went around after assumption at nakita ko yung sitwasyon ng ating mga provincial offices, regional training centers. It needs a lot of improvement, saka upgrading, modernization. Ito ngayon yung mga ginagawa namin, prioritizing yung ating mga training centers sa pagbibigay ng scholarship program para from there they can improve yung kanilang mga training facilities para may marating ang immediately went around after assumption at nakita ko yung sitwasyon ng ating mga provincial offices, regional training centers. It needs, now I have a good grasp of what this guys, lahat ng mga dapat na kailangan gawin, ginagawa namin, prioritization ng ating mga training centers sa pagbibigay ng scholarship program para from there they can improve.
Bata pa lang ako, mulat na ako sa kahirapan ng buhay. Hinais kong magkolehiyo noon. Subalit, lahat ng mga kapatid ko ay pawang nag-aaral. Kaya minabuti ko munang magtrabaho sa construction. Doon ko naranasan ang sobrang pagod sa murang edad. Sumagi sa isip ko, bakit hindi ako mag-enroll sa TESDA Regional Training Center, Corfield, Davao matapos ang kurso ko sa TESDA. Naging regular at napromote ako after 2 years bilang isang production shift supervisor. Ako po si Ryan Java Cordova, 25 years old, nakapagtapos ng Industrial Automation and Mechatronics NC3 sa Corfield, Davao.
Sa pagdating ng pandemyang COVID-19, libo-libo ang nawalan ng kabuhayan at trabaho. Idagdag pa riyan ang mga negosyong napilitang magsara sa gitna ng pandemya. Ang iba naman tulad ni Ryan Cordova ay patuloy na umaasenso dahil sa kanyang skills. Sa kasalukuyan, siya ay nasa Singapore na bilang Lead Engineer in Industrial Automation and Product Expert. Isa lamang si Ryan sa nagpapatunay kung paano nakatulong ang TESDA upang magkaroon ng maayos at matatag na trabaho. Ngunit hindi lahat tulad ni Ryan na may kakayahang harapin ang hamon na hatid ng pandemya. Kaya naman higit na pinaigting ng TESDA ang pagtugon sa problemang ito.
Mahalaga ang diskarte at abilidad sa buhay lalo na ngayong may krisis. Kaya naman ang TESDA may iba't ibang training programs.
Agad ring binuo ng pamahalaan ang task group ng National Economic Recovery Strategies o NERS na pinangungunahan ng Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Trade and Industry at ng Technical Education and Skills Development Authority upang makatulong sa pagbangon ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Isa sa mga isinusulong na estratehiya ng NERS ay ang pagsasanay sa ating mga kababayan na lubhang naapektuhan ng pandemya. Kaya naman bahagi ng commitment ng TESDA sa NERS ay ang pagpapatupad ng iba't ibang scholarship programs tulad ng STEP, TWSP, UACTEA, at PESFA. At ngayon ay kabilang na rin ang bagong programa ng TESDA, ang Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Batay ito sa Republic Act 11230 o ang Tulong Trabaho Act. Para sa taong ito, humigit sa 40,000 scholarship grants ang nakalaan para sa ating mga manggagawa.
Ang Tulong Trabaho Fund na inilagang po natin sa TESDA ay pondo. Pondo sa paglikha ng trabaho para sa manggagawang Pilipino.
Bukod sa libreng training at assessment, ang ating mga scholars ay makakatanggap ng training allowance at karagdagang allowance para sa mga learning materials, internet at personal protective equipment, kasama na din ang insurance. Sa ilalim ng Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program, mas paghuhusayin ang mga pagsasanay para maihanda ang mga manggagawang Pinoy sa iba't ibang klase ng industriya at hanap buhay. Kasama riyan ang training sa mechatronics, animation at drone technology. Tututukan rin ang mga mas matataas na level ng pagsasanay sa tulong ng mga training institutions at partner na kumpanya. Kaagapay din natin ang iba't ibang industriya upang ganap na maisulong ang tulong trabaho para sa mga manggagawang Pilipino.
Kailangan tayong humanap ng trabaho na hindi magagawa ng mabuti ng mga makina. Kaya kami sa Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry or PCCI ay may kasunduan sa TESDA na magtatag ng bago magtrabahong edukasyon at pagsasanay.
With the help of programs such as Wooden Spoon Business Incubation Center, free webinars on our Facebook page, and bakery management training and consultations. Umaasa kaming makakatulong ito para mas mapalago ang negosyo ng ating mga bakers at mabigyan ng oportunidad ang ibang sektor para mapabuti ang kani-kanilang buhay.
Marami na tayong mga kababayang naging matagumpay dahil sa kanilang natutunang technical at vocational skills sa TESDA. Patunay na noon pa man, ang TESDA ay kaagapay na ng mga manggagawang Pilipino sa pag-unlad. Kaya naman, hinihikayat ko ang ating mga kababayan na mag-enroll sa scholarship programs ng TESDA. Kasama na ang ating bagong programa, ang Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Sa ilalim ng bagong programang ito, malawakan nating ipapatupad ang retooling at upskilling ng mga manggagawang Pilipino, lalo na ang mga nawalan ng trabaho sanhi ng pandemya. Bilang paghanda sa Fourth Industrial Revolution, ang ating mga manggagawang Pinoy ay sasanayin sa 21st century skills at iba pang higher level skills na tutugon sa pangangailangan ng mga industriya at teknolohiya. Maging ang mga kumpanya at industriyang naapektuhan ng pandemya ay kasama sa prioridad na Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Alam natin na kahit na anumang trabaho o livelihood, kailangan ng skills o kasanayan. Handa ang TESDA na mabigyan kayo ng tama at akmang pagsasanay lalo na sa panahong ito. Kakayanin natin ito. Sama-sama tayo sa pagbangon mula sa pandemya.
Eto si Dali, isang skilled worker. Magaling at mahilig maglinis yan.
Lahat naman dapat naglilinis ng paligid, lalo na sa trabaho.
Isa pala siyang masipag na empleyado na galit sa dumi. At marunong mag-welding?
Tama.
Kakaiba. Sipag! Lakas!
Certified lang naman ako sa shielded metal, gas metal, flux cord, at gas tungsten arc welding.
Dami ah!
At dahil sa skills ko, kaya kong suportahan ang pamilya ko.
Oo nga naman. Eto si Dali, isang lodi. Siya'y babae na expert welder. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan. Eto si Ombe, isang unemployed high school graduate. Dedicated yan. Dedicated sa cellphone.
Hindi naman po.
Hindi pala. Ano ba kasi yan?
Group project para sa textbook training ko. Pinaghihirapan ko yan.
Dedicated pala si Ombet sa course niyang Hotel and Restaurant Services.
Kahit hindi pa ako nag-college, okay to. Kasi ang skills dito, pwede agad sa trabaho.
Uy! Ayos Ombet.
Salamat bro. Proud ako dahil may skills na ako.
Good job! Eto si Ombet. Sa training, malupit. Bet na magiging isang model employee. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan. Kayo ba ang star candidates na hinahanap ng mga employer? Yung masisipag sa trabaho. At tuwing may pagsubok, di sumusuko. Dahil matatag ang loob. Kung may problema, susolusyonan. Dahil kayo'y maparaan. Kusang tumutulong. Sa teamwork, maaasahan. Dahil marunong makisama. Kayo ba yon? Halika na! Pag may mabuting ugali at skills na puhunan, maganda ang kinabukasan. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan!
Good morning po. Before we start, may we just remind everyone of the following etiquette, which will serve as our guidelines to maintain a pleasant and efficient online environment and communication. We are actually live on YouTube, so it's good to observe the following conference house rules or virtual etiquette. Let me remind you of the following. Upon entry, rename to the recommended naming convention in this format. Your office or institution first, and then your first name and last name. Keep your audio on mute if you are not speaking. The audio is also on mute and also during the presentation of the speakers. Have your video on unless you are experiencing connection issues. You're also encouraged to use the virtual background, which we provided via email and chat box. Should you also have questions or concerns, you may also use the Zoom chat box or click the raise hand button to be acknowledged. You may also utilize the reactions tab to signify participation
sa research development.
You may also, as I said, you may also utilize the reactions tab to signify participation in the program. You may virtually clap, send heart, happy face, and the likes. Make sure you also accomplish the attendance sheet and program evaluation form to be sent by the Secretariat via Zoom chat. This will also serve as basis for the issuance of the e-certificates. And for everyone's information and also with your consent, the host will activate the recording feature of Zoom once the program has started. Once again, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2021 Research Conference with the theme, TVET, Steering the Way to a Better TVET Through Research. Once again, we are live on YouTube, so to our colleagues from the government, partners from the private sector, TESDA officials, friends, ladies and gentlemen, isang magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I am Alexandra Nunez, TESD, 2 specialists of the TESDA Policy Research and Evaluation Division. And I am happy and privileged to have with me Sir Lawrence Malasa, Policy and Advocacy Officer from the Philippine Business for Education, or TVET. We will be your hosts and moderators for this research web conference.
Yes, that's right. Good morning, Alex, and to our dear participants. We hope everybody's having a pleasant day and ready for today's event. We are very happy that we now have around 230 participants here on Zoom. To start the program, we will request everyone to stand for the Philippine National Anthem, followed by an invocation.
Kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
I'm so blessed, my Lord, I can see you in all the lovely things so fine and true. I see you in the beauty of the flowers and the rain. I see you between the lines of a sweet refrain. I'm so blessed, my Lord, I can see you. Even when I'm lonely and in pain, I see you in the beauty of the stars at night. I see you in my life, I feel alright. I see you, Lord, in sorrow and in happiness. I see you with the glory of sweet success. I see you, Lord, every hour, every day. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I pray. I can see you, Lord, whenever I pray. I see you, Lord.
To give the welcome message, joining us today is the Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning. Her leadership and foresight has driven TESDA into international prominence, especially with the establishment of the ASEAN TVET Council, or the ATC, while securing the relevance of technical vocational education and training at the national level. She is instrumental in spearheading key policy reforms directed at guaranteeing the readiness of TVET sector for the fourth industrial revolution. She further facilitated the strengthening of industry participation and partnership in TVET through the formulation of a blueprint for the TVET sector in the country, known as the National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan 2018 to 2022. Let us now all welcome the Deputy Director General of the Policies and Planning, DDG Rusana A. Urdaneta.
Thank you, Alex. That's the Director General Secretary Isidro S. La Peña, Mr. Thomas Leblanc of the USAID Office of Education, Mr. Bal Kamua, Deputy Chief of Party for Youth Works Philippines, Dr. Aniceto Orbeta, and other resource persons and facilitators. Of course, our partner and co-organizer, the Philippine Business for Education, colleagues from the government, partners from the private sector, TESDA officials and colleagues, and all the 251 participants in this conference. A very pleasant and good morning to everyone. I would like to welcome you to all to the 2021 TVET Research Forum with the team Pivot steering the way to a better TVET through research. As the Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning, I have always been very emphatic on strengthening the culture of research in TVET. That is why we really endeavored to have this conference today. Our everyday life has always been punctuated by unique and compelling experiences, which makes us enjoy every aspect of life. Challenging situations that make us confused and problematic at times, and surprising discoveries that make us successful. At times also, we are confronted with doubts and problems. That is why we turn to what we could be the possible answers and solutions to them. This is where we embark on the process called research. As most of you already know, research is very important because it leads to expansion of knowledge and discoveries. Like this pandemic that we are currently experiencing, without research, we do not know the emergence of a new virus, and that it's not just an ordinary phenomenon because people are dying. Through research, this novel virus was given a name, where it came from, how it started, and how it is being transmitted, leading to the development of new vaccines as experts sought ways to end the spread of the coronavirus. Research is creating new knowledge, producing something new out of the existing knowledge we already know by providing us the necessary information related to our field of work, study, or current topics of interest. Secondly, research is a truth-seeking activity. While the advancement in the digital era have provided easy and instant access to information, it also led to the proliferation of fake news and unreliable data. It is very challenging these days to know the truth and to rely on facts. And this is what research does, closely investigating, listening to different opinions, and even exposing what wrong beliefs people hold. It is by studying facts and available data that we are led to answer the basic yet consequential questions. What went wrong? What went right? What works in the process and what does not work? Thus, one of the end goals of research is to unravel the truth. Lastly, research contributes to a body of knowledge that leads to the improvement of the quality of life. Only through research can new discoveries, inventions, processes, interventions come into life. How would our life be without innovations, without experts looking into new vaccines that were developed, or the development of technologies in the new normal? Indeed, what we find or discover changes who we become. Research deeply affects society and the lives of each one of us. While these concepts are not something new, still it is good to go back and be reminded as to why we do research. TESDA, as the transformational leader and authority in TVET, deeply values a culture of innovativeness besides demonstrated competence. The agency actively forwards and strengthens its research agenda for a competitive, inclusive, and sustainable development of the TVET sector. One of the ways TESDA can embody a research anchored and driven TVET sector is through the conduct of this kind of TVET research conferences. With, of course, the theme in the first research conference as Pivot, steering the way to better TVET through research. This web conference aims to present the findings and policy and innovative recommendation of both policy and technology researches conducted and funded by TESDA. The following studies are those conducted under the National TESD Research Agenda. Others are products of the TESDA PIBED and from the TESDA Technology Research and Development Exchange Journal. A total of 6 TVET policy and technology researches initiated by TESDA will be widely presented in order to discuss and present relevant policy and innovative recommendations from different stakeholders. Through these interagency efforts, we hope to build and strengthen a culture of research, a culture of innovativeness, which will lead to the development of an evidence-based policy and programs so we can better serve our people and further improve our TVET delivery system. To our dear stakeholders, our colleagues from different government agencies and academe, as well as our very own testants, let us not be afraid to embark on this challenging yet very fulfilling task. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. Let us then strengthen our resolve to be research-driven, vital to our everyday decision-making in the face of many developments and the ever-changing TVET sector. So, enjoy the process and value the learning. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Let us keep safe and God bless us all.
Alright, maraming salamat po DDG Rose for your words of encouragement and especially for reminding us about the purpose as why we have to do research. Before we proceed with the program, once again, we would like to acknowledge and greet each one a pleasant morning, especially to our dear participants from different government agencies, private sectors, the academe, and of course, our colleagues and officials from TESDA. Now to give the keynote message. Guided by TESDA's mandate and his vision for TVET, he has channeled skills training as a tool to empower people for employment and enable and to enable local communities to organize sustainable livelihoods. TESDA utilizes TVET to advance the cause of peace and development in conflict-affected areas, effectively reaching out to underserved and marginalized sectors. Following the agency's two-pronged strategy, TVET for global competitiveness and TVET for social equity and poverty reduction, TESDA continues to engage the active participation of all stakeholders from the public and private sectors to ensure that TESDA's programs and policies will ultimately lead to world-class skilled Filipinos around the globe, as well as productive, skilled individuals in the country. Under his directives, initiatives are being taken so that TESDA will become a more demand-driven and industry-led organization as it pursues improvement in Philippine TVET. Ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to TESDA's Director General, Secretary Isidro S. La Peña.
Deputy Director General Rosana Ordaneta of Policies and Planning, fellow public servants, partners from the private sector, other officers, men and women of TESDA who are with us today, other stakeholders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am glad that you all took time to attend this virtual conference. As the lead agency in the implementation of quality, technical, vocational, education, and training in the country, the Technical Education Skills Development Authority is engaged in different initiatives that will ensure the alignment of our programs and policies with the requirements of our stakeholders and clients. We at TESDA implement and promote relevant initiatives, policy directions, strategies, and priority programs towards the development of productive and world-class Filipino skilled workers. We continuously improve our services to ensure that we are in touch with the changes brought about by the rapid industrial and technological developments. The 2021 Research Conference is among our ways to keep pace with these developments. This aims to present the findings and innovative recommendations of both policy and technology researches conducted under the National TSD Research Agenda, as well as programs conducted by TESDA with partners and stakeholders. Different studies on the provision of textbook globally, labor market information, skills needs anticipation, tracer studies, and the likes reveal how several developments continue to shape the TVET sector. While almost all the innovations and trends nowadays point out to different scenarios, research has allowed us to look into things through bigger and clearer lens and focus better on what needs to be improved based on evidence. Putting these observations into writing can help us make better decisions and implement more effective policies that respond to realities on the ground. Through the conduct of research conferences like this, where evidence-based information are disclosed, TESDA can become even more relevant and responsive. One of the examples of the studies that we conduct is the annual study on the employment of TVET graduates. With this study, TESDA can gauge whether our programs can actually help in making an individual employable after taking a TVET program. Another is the employer satisfaction survey of the agency. This intends to determine if one of our major stakeholders, the industry, agrees and is satisfied with the way we implement our programs. TESDA is also keen on studies related to the anticipation of skills requirements. The research initiatives are being implemented at the regional and provincial offices, especially now that with the implementation of the area-based and demand-driven TVET. Since all of these are already in place, I would like to encourage all our stakeholders from the national and local government agencies, industry associations, non-profit organizations, and even individuals, students, and faculty to continue to support our various research initiatives. All these are crucial in capacitating our people to be more responsive and agile in the delivery of TVET services. We at TESDA will continue to determine other important and relevant studies that can serve as our guide in improving the quality of TVET in the country. Again, I welcome everyone to this conference and I look forward to an informative and engaging discussion ahead. Maraming salamat po at uli magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and for your message of encouragement as TESDA continues to support TVET-related research studies. This time, to give us the event overview of today's research conference, let us welcome the Executive Director of the Planning Office, ED Rosalina S. Constantino.
Thank you, Alex. To Secretary Isidro La Peña, DDG Rose Urdaneta, other TESDA officials, the TESDA board members, our partners from other government agencies, our industry partners, TBI associations, to all presenters, guests, fellow TESDANs, and all present in our virtual research conference, magandang umaga po. TESDA as the lead agency in technical vocational education and training, or TVET, in the Philippines, is pushing for the development of TVET researches as one of its main agenda towards the development of evidence-based policy. We strive to be at the forefront of the latest developments and trends in the sector in carrying out our mandate on technical education and skills development. In line with the TESDA's role in providing policy directions and achieving the targets identified in these action plans, the conduct of researches and studies is critical. TESDA formulated the National TESD Research Agenda, or NTRA, for 2017 to 2022 in accordance with the directions of the National TSD Plan to support the development and review of policy decision-making, as well as program development and implementation, to produce fact-based data and information that can be obtained through the conduct of research. As the transformational leader in the technical education and skills development of the Filipino workforce, TESDA values a culture of innovativeness besides demonstrated competence, institutional integrity, personal commitment, and a deep sense of nationalism, and actively forwards and strengthens its research agenda for sustainable development in the TVET sector. One of the ways TESDA can embody a research-anchored and research-driven TVET sector is through the conduct of the 2021 Research Web Conference on Policy and Technology Researches this year with the theme, Pivot, Steering the Way to a Better TVET Through Research. The conduct of Pivot aims to present the findings and policy and innovative recommendations of both policy and technology researches published by TESDA. The following studies are those conducted under the National TSD Research Agenda through the negotiated partnership with the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, under the TESDA and Philippine Business for Education Memorandum of Understanding, and also from the TESDA Technology Research and Development Exchange, or Trade Journal. Next slide. The session's output for today shall include the presentations of 4 policy research papers and 2 for technology research. For policy research, 2 are under the National TSD Research Agenda policy research as follows: a study to accelerate participation of TVIs in the STAR rating system and key drivers of employability of TVET women graduates. And the other 2 studies were conducted under the partnership of PBED and TESDA. First is on TESDA PIDS discussion paper, Who Are the Youth Need in the Philippines Today? And from PBED, PIDS discussion paper, Profile of Training and Skilling Programs in the Philippines. Next slide. 2 presentations for technology research papers under NTRA Technology Research. We have EIMNC2, Integrated Control System Mock-up, our gateway to competent trainees, training and home improvement industry, and also on multifunction programmable logic controller trainer. The proponents or presenters will present the study covering the brief background and rationale, study objectives, framework and methodology, major findings, recommendations, and other parts of the paper that are necessary. Likewise, panel discussion, question and answer after the end of the presentations shall also be allotted to provide venue on more interactive discussion. We are certain that you are all looking forward to hearing from our resource persons. And with that, let us now proceed with the presentation proper. Thank you and good morning once again.
Maraming salamat po, Eileen, for walking us through on what we will be expecting in this conference today. Hearing the studies for presentation, it made us more interested in the results that will be shared and policy recommendations that will aid for the development of TVET policy and programs. Before we proceed again with the program, also joining us, we have our friends from the ILO, Ms. Akiko Sakamoto. Good morning, ma'am. Before we start with the presentation of the studies, we are privileged to have with us this morning the Director of Education from the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. The partnership of USAID and Philippine Business for Education, or PBED, through YouthWorks Philippines, has been crucial in the production of the 2 policy research projects conducted by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, which will be presented later. Let us now welcome Dr. Thomas LeBlanc.
Good morning. Thank you, Lawrence, for the introduction. Let me start with the acknowledgements. To our partners from the Philippine Business for Education, headed by Dr. Love Basadiote, Executive Director and Chief of Party for YouthWorks PH, our partners from the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, Secretary Isidro La Peña, TESDA Director General, DDG Rosanna Urdaneta, Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning, Director Rosalina Constantino, Planning Office, TVET research presenters, especially Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, Dr. Aniceto Orobeta, President, John Paul Corpus, Supervising Research Specialist, representatives from TESDA Central Office, regional offices, provincial offices, and technology institutes, other government agencies, industry associations, TVET associations, academia. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. We at the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, appreciate that we were invited to hear the research presentations on technical and vocational education and training, or TVET, especially the results of the recent study conducted by our friends at the Philippine Institute for Development Studies last April. Being the Philippines' strongest ally for the past 60 years, USAID earnestly supports TVET policy research through our efforts being done by the Philippine Business for Education, or PBED, via our co-implemented project, YouthWorks PH. When the pandemic hit the country, our challenge became rebuilding and reopening the economy. The youth, most especially, were confronted with additional barriers to training and employment opportunities. Thus, relying on actual data and studies on TVET helped us to work around pivots to respond to our current situation. It also gave young Filipinos and job seekers alike to have more informed employment pathways. These studies help us better understand the training and skills landscape in the Philippine context. By conducting this research, we can reinforce policy interventions and our knowledge base in education, training, and economic growth. USAID believes in the important role of the youth in nation building, and we are therefore thankful for our partners, TESDA, PIDS, and the private sector through PBED and YouthWorks PH for working with us on filling one of the many information gaps. In times of uncertainty, good data will help us be more strategic and bounce back better. Through this initiative, we are showing that it takes everyone, government, the private sector, educational institutions, and civil society to craft effective solutions to make the youth potential a reality. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. LeBlanc, for stressing the importance of TVET research in the Philippines in order to identify the policies we should push for in order to improve the quality of our training programs. Now that we have set our expectations on the program flow, Let us proceed with the first set of research presenters. The first set discusses the results of the approved research proposals under the National TVET Research Agenda for 2017 to 2022 that were funded under the TESDA Development Funds. Anchored in the National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan, or NTESDP 2017 to 2022, that guides the TVET sector in the development and review of policy decision-making and program development and implementation. TESDA launched its National TESD Research Agenda. It aims to provide overall direction in the pursuit of research activities in aid of policy and planning making for TVET sector. To discuss the NTR policy research entitled A Study to Accelerate Participation of TVIs in the STAR rating system, our first presenter is a TVET specialist and an education planner. He previously worked at NEDA, UNESCO, and is now an independent consultant. He has assisted TESDA in the past in the areas of development planning and developing ODA projects. With him is an ISO specialist and has 20 years of experience in auditing and certification management of management systems in quality, environment, health and safety, information security, and business continuity. He has certified companies in a wide variety of industry sectors such as electronics, automotive, steel and metal processing, plastics manufacturing, oil and gas, construction, telecommunications, and services such as port operations, government, and hospitals. Let us welcome Mr. Benjamin Vergel de Dios and Mr. Edward Afable.
How do we improve the image of Tibet? That was the biggest challenge TESDA had to confront after its creation in 1994. Many Filipinos at that time looked down on Tibet as second-class education. The pioneers of TESDA argued the only way to improve the image of Tibet was to focus on quality. Improve quality of Tibet graduates, and employers will not hesitate to hire them. Improve quality of Tibet programs, and the quality of Tibet institutions will automatically improve. This is the quality-assured TESD system. After more than 2 decades, we know these quality reforms are working. It's not enough for Tibet trainees to graduate. They want to be assessed and certified. We know it's working because employers now require TESDA skill certificates from their applicants. The second part of the quality reform is called UTPRAS. Many of you are familiar with UTPRAS because program registration is mandatory. And here, TESDA is also successful. We know there are 16,000 registered training programs and more than 4,000 Tibet institutions comply with TESDA's minimum standards. Our research focuses on program accreditation of UTPRAS, also called the STAR program. We think it's the unfinished business of the quality-assured TSD system. Edward Afable is our ISO specialist. He has more than 20 years experience in auditing and certification of management system. He helped companies like Panasonic, Toyota, Globe, and Smart in their quest to become ISO certified institutions. Albert is our industry practitioner. He used to work with Globe, Honda, and now Converge ICT. He is also a lecturer at BLS UCSB School of Professional and Continuing Education. STAR was introduced in 2016 and so far has awarded 2 batches of winners in 2017 and 2019. The share of Tibet programs with Star Awards is 1%, and the percentage of Tibet institutions with star-rated programs represent 2% of the entire Tibet sector. This is why we use the word accelerate. STAR program needs to accelerate to complete the objectives of installing quality in the Tibet sector. For those familiar with UTPRAS, Tibet institutions are given COPR, or license to offer training, because they met the minimum requirements of TESDA. The STAR program, on the other hand, provides an opportunity to know how many Tibet institutions are delivering quality training programs or beyond the minimum requirements. How many Tibet institutions in the entire country can say they have 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star rated training programs? Right now, we only know 1% of Tibet programs have stars, and only 2% of Tibet institutions have participated in the STAR program. How do we determine success of the STAR program? Do we need 100% coverage, or 75%, or 50%? We just need to look for the critical mass of the STAR program. We have critical mass when we have sufficient adopters of a new idea. The early adopters create a critical mass enough to encourage others to follow. Critical mass creates a snowball effect. We found 2 examples how critical mass works. The technology behind the fax machine has been around for 150 years, but only a handful of companies use it until the early 80s. Sales agents sold fax machines only to big companies because smaller companies did not find it practical then. The tipping point came in 1987. It was the year when companies started having the impression that every decent office should have a fax machine, and the demand for a fax machine grew almost overnight. PayPal needed a critical mass of 100,000 users for their business to work. Otherwise, PayPal would not only lose money, but also its business in the cutthroat Silicon Valley environment. To reach 100,000 users, PayPal used incentives. PayPal gave $10 to every person who would open an account, and another $10 for every referral. PayPal reached critical mass and saved its company. A few years later, eBay bought PayPal for a staggering $1.5 billion, a handsome reward for knowing how to use critical mass. We found 3 popular ideas how to reach critical mass. The first is 1/3 hypothesis proposed by Hugo Engelman. Engelman asserts that an idea or a group increases its prominence as it approaches 1/3 of the population. The second way to achieve critical mass is the 80-20 rule, also known as the Pareto principle, and later popularized by Malcolm Gladwell in his book, The Tipping Point. It contends that 80% of the work is done by 20% of the participants. And the third way to achieve critical mass is the 10% rule. Researchers used computational analysis and concluded that a mere 10% is needed to reach critical mass. Below 10%, there is no visible progress in the spread of ideas. Which of these options would work for the STAR program? If we subscribe to the 1/3 hypothesis, we need 5,000 Tibet programs to have STAR ratings. If we use 80-20 rule, we need 3,000. If we adopt the 10% rule, we only need 1,600. At present, we have 201 Tibet programs with STAR ratings. We did the same for Tibet institutions. At present, we have 99 institutions with STAR-rated programs. Now, before you make a decision on which option is best for the STAR program, we made a few scenarios. In one of our meetings with TESDA, we learned there is a plan to increase the output of the STAR program by 10% annually. So that's our first scenario on the blue line. We added 2 more scenarios. The second scenario increases the annual growth of the STAR program at 20%, green line. The third scenario, 30% annual growth, yellow line. You can see the results. At 10% annual growth, nothing is achieved in 15 years. Even at 20% annual growth, 15 years will not be enough. It's only with 30% annual growth where the STAR program can achieve its critical mass. Here are the results for TVET institutions. 10% annual growth, not enough to achieve critical mass. 20% annual growth, we can achieve the 10% rule in year 12. And obviously, we can achieve our targets a lot faster if we aggressively grow the outputs by 30% annually. In the second part of our research, we reviewed 6 aspects of the STAR program and explored ways how we can accelerate participation in TBIs. For example, we reviewed TESDA's policy, particularly the 3 TESDA circulars on the STAR program. What if TESDA requires TVET institutions to have at least 1 star rated program? That will translate to 4,000 TVET institutions participating in the STAR program and cover at least 25% of all registered TVET programs. We don't have time to discuss the 6 aspects in detail, so we'll just highlight one aspect. We are also providing a link in the chat box if you want to read the executive summary. My colleague Edward will continue the presentation and discuss our proposals under evaluation instrument.
Okay, thank you, Benji. So one of the areas that we also looked into or focused during this study is the evaluation criteria. Okay, the general feedback that we received during the interviews with TVET or TVIs that we visited is that the criteria was quite daunting to comply and that the minimum score to meet at least 1 star was very difficult for some, especially those in the small to medium-sized TVIs. It was difficult for them even to reach at least the candidate level. The idea of the study was also how to make the scoring more practical in such a way that the minimum 1 star level can be achieved, of course, without sacrificing the key requirements of the STAR program. If we review the evaluation criteria, it's formatted in such a way that it seems to be a set of compliance requirements. So one improvement that we are trying to recommend is that we group these requirements using the proven approach of the plan, do, check, and act way. This is to benefit or will benefit the TVIs more and will allow them to have a management system type approach by appreciating the needs of the customers and the stakeholders such as the students and the industry employers, and creating their controls in support of the activities to address these needs. So what we're actually saying is integrating the STAR requirements into a basic management system should already be satisfactory to meet the objective. Example is the qualification of teaching staff through a process of competence review that also addresses the needs of TESDA. So a competence review policy would cover all the requirements as stipulated in the STAR, but be more compact and simpler for the TVI to establish and implement. The approach also allows for the monitoring of performance and effectiveness of controls through the practice of internal audits and reviews to check if the TVI is achieving its intended outputs. This will also help achieve its goals set by the management team. So if we take the STAR criteria and align or incorporate it with the principles of an effective management system or quality management system, this would already lead to compliance of the criteria and achieve the intended outcome of quality TVIs or TVET institutions. This is therefore one of the recommendations that we had in the study, that an effectively implemented management system aligned with the basic STAR requirements should already merit a 1-star. This is due to the reason that all basic requirements would or should already be addressed by the effective implementation of a quality management system. One of the other issues intimidating for participants or potential participants in the STAR program is the documentation. Of course, as we all know, documentation is a very daunting or intimidating process. So the STAR criteria may be reviewed to be clearer in terms of what minimum documentation is needed in order to establish and implement an effective system to address the STAR criteria. We have visited different TVIs, and the range of documentation really varies from those other institutions with more resources. So again, this boils down to an issue of resource if the TVI has the resource to do all the documentation. So the study could be more, the study recommends that the STAR criteria be more flexible in terms of the use of documentation to make it simpler for other potential participants. So use of flowcharts, simplified forms could be considered as compliant in order for TVIs to avoid bulky or difficult to maintain documentation, but in the process still be compliant. Another area that we focused during the study is to segregate the requirements from mandatory versus enhancement requirements. So what do we mean by this? There are mandatory requirements, of course, in the STAR system, like competence, operational requirements. Of course, this could not be ignored, no? That TVIs need to comply with this in getting at least 1-star. Like we mentioned earlier, the implementation of a basic quality management system should cover this and merit the organization already with 1-star. However, there are other requirements such as the green programs, community outreach, research and development, counseling, and this is where the smaller or medium-sized TVIs are struggling to comply. So it was one of the recommendations of the team to separate this as optional or for future implementation, that when they already receive 1-star, they can start implementing this to go further down the program and at least achieve 2 or 3 stars. But requiring these additional programs to get at least the basic 1-star is one of the intimidating factors. That's why the TVIs are having problems engaging in this program. Okay. And lastly, the criteria may be reviewed to give more emphasis to implementation. Sometimes when you read the criteria, it's more of establishing something and then publishing it, or having just a set of rules. So implementation or effective implementation should be one of the triggering points for us to award the STAR to the TVET. Okay. So to sum up, to accelerate and encourage participation in the STAR program, the criteria may be simplified, of course, without sacrificing the objective, which is to evaluate the quality of TBIs to produce better graduates. So this may be done through the effective implementation of a basic quality management system that should already lead to 1-star status. The criteria should focus on the establishment and implementation of a system that complies with the STAR criteria. So if you will see in the proposed graph, we are even proposing to remove the candidate status already, because even the candidate status is already very difficult for TVIs to reach or achieve. So the 1-star should, as we mentioned, cover basic requirements already, and then the 2 or 3-star should be awarded to TVIs who go further by implementing other programs such as green programs, community outreach, research and development, counseling, and others. So basically, that's one of the areas that we looked into in this project. Benji?
Thank you. We'll answer the questions after the next presentation.
Thank you, Sir Benji and Sir Edward, for presenting the study to accelerate participation of TVIs in the star rating system. We hope that the discussion was able to deepen our perception on the TVET star rating system in recognition of the accomplishments, innovations, and improvements of TVIs. At this time, we would also like to acknowledge our TESDA directors who are present in this conference. Good morning po. Our next presenter is a graduate of BS Statistics and Doctor of Philosophy in Statistics in UPLB. Her research interests are econometrics, health and nutrition, survey sampling, and statistical operations. She has been invited as a resource speaker in various national trainings related to statistics, as she is a statistical consultant in various national research projects. To discuss the NTRA policy research, key drivers of employability of TVET women graduates, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nancy Pandang.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Alexa, for that introduction. On behalf of my co-proponents, Professor Talento and Professor Roldan, I am pleased to present this morning some of the findings in our study entitled Key Drivers of Employability of TVET Women Graduates in the Philippines. Economic development is mainly most of the government's focus to improve the standard of living of their constituents. Devising jobs with enticing income and better working condition is indeed essential for economic development. Men are more expected to engage in the labor force than women in most countries, but in the past decades, a reduction in the gender differences in labor force participation rates has been observed. In developing countries, women are less economically active than men and are more likely to be involved in unprotected jobs such as domestic work. In fact, in 2015, the Philippines was one among those member states that assumed the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development of United Nations, and the 17 SDGs are designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. Now, one of the SDG goals is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. So that means having equal rights to education, healthcare, decent work, and representation in political and economic decision-making processes that will foster sustainable economies that would benefit the people in the societies. Now, employability is deemed a difficult idea to describe. So there were actually several definitions that were made about employability. Baker in 2007 defined employability as the ability of graduates to obtain a job, which can be measured by whether a graduate had obtained a job within 6 months after completion or not. Harvey in 2001 gave a similar definition, which is the propensity of the individual student to get employment. Aspects related to such definition include job type, timing, attributes, further learning, and employability skill. Likewise, Hillage and Pollard defined employability as the ability to gain and retain work. And some of the latent variables to measure the employability include the nature of employment, the time it took to get the jobs after graduation, income, and discipline. Now, Yorke in 2006 presented a detailed definition of employability. So this is a set of achievements which includes skills, understandings, and personal attributes that make graduates more likely to gain employment and be successful in their chosen occupation, which benefit themselves, the workforce, the community, and the economy. Now, in our study, we described the employment of TVET women graduates before and after attending a TVET program. We compared the employment rates between or among some groups of female graduates, such as the type of provider, certified versus non-certified, program delivery modes, and sectors. Moreover, for the study to be more useful to test the factors associated and determinants of employability of our TVET women graduates were identified. Looking at these factors might help better improve the employability and skill utilization of TVET women graduates. The data that we used was the 2018 set G with 6,725 respondents. The set data was requested from TESDA following the protocol of the Data Privacy Act. So this 2018 set G considered the country's regions as the domains and employed stratified random sampling with the type of providers, scholarship programs, and sex as the strata. For our study, we focus only on the 2,770 female graduates aged 15 to 65 years old. Now, for our analysis, so we constructed weighted frequency, percentage distributions, and weighted summary statistics to describe the distributional characteristics of the 2017 TVET women graduates. So we performed statistical comparison of the labor force and employment rates across subgroups by constructing confidence interval. A measure of association was also performed using the Kramer's B and the point-based serial coefficient. We performed binary Firth logistic regression using the forward search algorithm to determine factors that might influence the employability of 2017 TVET women graduates. And furthermore, Hosmer and Lemshow's goodness of fit test was used to assess the overall fit of the model along with our ROC curve and the rate of accuracy. Now, we have actually generated a lot of tables and graphs for our study, but due to the limited time provided to us, only some pertinent output are to be presented here. About 53% of the population of 2017 graduates were female. The female graduates were dominated by those aged 15 to 24 years old, okay, comprising about 31% of the population of the women graduates. About a quarter belong to 25 to 35 years of age. Likewise, the majority of the graduates, as you can see, were younger than 35 years old, and only a few were older than 55 years old. On the average, a TVET women graduate was about 34 years old with a standard deviation of 12 years. TVET has a wide range of clients. Those who enrolled in the TVET program were mainly college undergraduates or already degree holders before they attended a program. A little more than a quarter were either in secondary education or already high school graduates from the old curriculum. So it's also noticeable that TVET women programs are significant in improving the skills and productivity of those who are already with post degrees. Okay. It is also deemed important to know the reasons for enrolling TVET. Since TVET provides education and training to clients primarily for employment purposes, so as you can see, many of the 2017 female graduates had indeed taken the programs for such purpose. Nonetheless, okay, the largest portion of the graduates wanted to enhance their skills, so they attended a TVET program, whereas a number said they did so to satisfy their hobby or for personal reasons. Now, TESDA provides quality education and training for the Filipino skilled workers, primarily to prepare their graduates for employment and to enable them to work with the changing requirements in their workplace, both locally and globally. Among the unemployed before the training, more than half were get employed after the training. On the other hand, around 12% of TVET women graduates who were employed before became unemployed after the program. That is because around 92% of these graduates who left their previous jobs and looked for a new job, and around 48% of them were waiting for the results of their previous application at the time of the survey. Now, around 83% of the Ilocos region women graduates who were in the labor force were employed during the conduct of the survey. So placing the region as having the highest employment rate during this 2017 survey. So this is slightly higher compared with 82% of Calabarzon. Okay. On the other hand, Zamboanga Peninsula registered the lowest employment rate at about 31%, so indicating that only 3 in every 10 women in the labor force were actively working during the conduct of the survey. Moreover, while BARM was actually one of those with a high labor force participation rate, but it turned out it had a low employment rate of about 40%. So with regards to female to male employment gap, Calabarzon, Ilocos region, Caraga, and BARM exhibited a gender gap where the share of female employment was higher than male employment. The highest gender gap at more than 14% was observed in the Zamboanga Peninsula, Cordillera Administrative Region, Davao region, and Soc-Sargen. So in this region, which are mostly from Mindanao, except for Car, which can be considered as highly urbanized and agricultural at the same time, the share of male employment was considerably higher compared to that for females. Now, the employment rate increased actually after training across the 2 types of providers and for the graduates, whether with competency assessment or none. But then, as revealed in their interval estimate, after the training, there is no significant difference in the employment rate between the non-TTI and TTI, and same with those who took competency assessment. So this indicates that the competency assessment has little or no effect on the employment rate of the women graduates. Now, a comparison before and after the training was done to determine the changes in the employment rate in the different delivery modes. However, because of the number of respondents from DTS, apprenticeship, learnership, and mobile training system was too small, the measures of the precision of their estimates, so which can be measured by the standard error, cannot be produced, and hence no interval estimates were constructed. More so, the reliability of the estimated employment rate in these delivery modes cannot be guaranteed. So interval estimates, these are the programs without the interval estimates because of the very small sample size. Now, interval estimates suggested no significant difference between the institution-based and community-based. So at a 5% level of significance. Hence, there is no evidence to prove that more graduates from institution-based were employed compared to those from community-based. Okay, so but then generally all the 6 delivery modes had increased the rate of employment after graduating from a TVET program. So the mobile training system, DTS, and apprenticeship program delivery modes appear to have the highest impact. So these delivery modes almost doubled the employment rate after the training. Now, for the female-dominated sectors with an adequate number of representative women graduates were the social community development and other services, human health care, tourism, and the processed food and beverages. Among these sectors, tourism and social community development and other services were said to be the 2 most popular among the TVET female clients. Furthermore, the social community development and other services exhibited a significantly higher employment rate compared to tourism and processed food and beverages, but not significantly different from the estimated rate in the human health and healthcare sector. Note that for other sectors, the reliability of the estimates cannot be determined. Now, for the unimproved employment rate among TVET women graduates across sectors can be observed after training, except for those from the automotive, land transformation, and decorative craft sectors, which are both male-dominated. So factors with evidence of association with employment status were then subjected to logistic regression to identify the determinants of the TVET graduates' employability. Among the factors found significantly associated with employability include age, region, and educational attainment of a female graduate. It can be inferred that as a TVET woman ages, her odds of employment increase, holding other factors constant, and this odds ratio in age could be explained by the observation in this study that some of those who attended the training were still young and in their secondary or tertiary levels and not yet working. It can also be said that there is a lower likelihood okay, so there is a lower likelihood that a female graduate is employed if she is college undergraduate compared to if she is a college graduate. Of course, holding other factors constant. If a female graduate is from BARM, okay, from BARM, the odds of employment is 3.5 times lower than if a graduate is from NCR, holding other factors constant. So moreover, the chance of being employed is reduced if a graduate is from the Zamboanga Peninsula, Central Luzon, Northern Mindanao, and Cagayan Valley, as compared to those from NCR, holding other factors constant. Now, to give some highlights of our findings, more than half of unemployed women before the training were employed after. About 84% of women graduates were able to find a job within 6 months after the training. Ilocos region posted the highest employment rate, while Zamboanga Peninsula registered the lowest employment rate. Calabarzon, Ilocos region, Caraga, BARM, and Western Visayas exhibited a gender gap where the percentage of female employment was higher than for male rather. TVET women graduates of apprenticeship mode of training were the most active in the labor force with a reported participation rate of 86.71%. The dual training system, on the other hand, accounted for the highest employment rate at 77.19%. All 6 delivery modes had increased the rate of employment after graduating from a TVET program. The mobile training system, DTS, and apprentice program delivery modes appear to have the highest impact. Now, the differences in the employment rates between non-TTI and TTI and between with assessment, with certification assessment, and none were insignificant. So the top 3 sectors with the highest employment rate after the training include the footwear and leather goods, decorative crafts, and maritime. So the aforementioned sectors are classified as male-dominated, implying that women from these sectors had a good employability record. So TVET women graduates from the different sectors were mostly employed in the government and private sectors. Now, some recommendations that we're going to raise were based on the results of our model building. So the age, region, and educational attainment of a female graduate were found to contribute to the likelihood of a TVET female graduate to be employed. Older female graduates tend to be more economically active than the younger ones because they are more qualified in terms of education and experience. Hence, besides the program, revisiting the management should strengthen, besides the program revisiting, the management should strengthen their campaign for competency assessment so that their graduates, especially the young ones, will be more recognized and become more marketable. Unemployment is apparent among those in secondary education. So the tertiary graduates are, as expected, have a higher tendency of being employed. But again, this suggests that the skills gained from the training should be promoted as a basis for employment, which can be empowered by the certification of competency. So TESDA should also promote the importance of such assessment in the market and the assurance that they produce quality graduates who can compete in their workplace. So Northern Mindanao, Central Luzon, Barm, and Zamboanga Peninsula are regions that posted considerably high unemployment rates. So TESDA and the management in this region should be notified and about this result for their awareness. Though it is a fact that many factors might contribute to the result, but revisiting their programs and their implementation should always be in deliberation. While these determinants are important, a closer look, of course, at other factors, particularly the structural and the cultural barriers related to gender norms, are shown to also hinder the employability of the female graduates according to the literature. Okay, so furthermore, it is recommended that a skills utilization study should be conducted to see the performance of TVET graduates in the workplace and to direct their skills to specific work tasks given the distractions, difficulties, and challenges. So workers who are competent, skilled, tend to earn better, can adapt to the increasing changes in the nature of work, and are much satisfied with their job. Okay, so to end my presentation, we would like to express our gratitude to TESDA through the National TVET Research Agenda of Technical Education and Skills Development Authority for providing us the data and the resources to conduct this study. So thank you so much for your attention.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Nancy Tandang, for presenting the key drivers of employability of TVET women graduates. We hope that the discussion was able to help us appreciate the employment of TVET women graduates before and after attending a TVET program. Once again, we would like to welcome our guests who just came in. We have our TESDA board members here as well and our friends from IBPAP and from other government agencies. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. To help us further expound on the things that we have discussed so far, we are now opening the floor to your questions or any clarifications about the two NTRA policy researches being presented. So you may type in your questions through the chat box, or you may use the raise hand function to be recognized. May I also request the presenters to open their cameras as well. Do you have any questions about the two presentations being presented? Siguro po, we have first question for Sir Benji, for the first presenters. How do the TVIs perceive the compliance to the STAR system?
We conducted an online survey among 3 groups of institutions actually. The first group are institutions that have already participated in the STAR program. They already received awards. The second group are those who already attended the orientation and they have yet to apply. And the last group are the private TBIs that have not attended nor received STAR ratings before. And we asked them if they would like to apply in the STAR program in the future, and they said 95% of them would participate in the STAR program if TESDA compels them to apply. So they're open to applying, but since right now the STAR program is only voluntary, so they are not really compelled to participate in the STAR program.
Thank you, sir. For Dr. Tandang, how do you think should TESDA promote training and certification as basis for employment?
Yeah, for the past several SETI conducted by TESDA, it was found there's a consistent result that the competency assessment is not actually helping our not helping, but hindi siya nagiging consideration for employment. So for the several SETI results, you can see that there is no significant difference in the employment rate of those who have passed the competency assessment, and for those who did not take the competency assessment. For the reasons that some of them believe that it is not mandatory. So there should be an intense promotion that competency assessment is actually requirement, and it's a good, it's a good evidence of qualification. So TESDA should have an intense promotion of that certification.
Salamat po, ma'am. Balik po ulit ako sa first presenters po. We received this question, Sir Benji and team, can you expound on that systems-based approach and how it will help the TVIs manage their process better? Sir Benji?
Like to invite Edward to answer that one.
Yes, thank you, Benj. Actually, we place that as a recommendation because if you read the current evaluation criteria, most of them could also be aligned with the quality management system, and the way it's designed right now, it's like mostly a set of requirements, no, that's for TBIs to comply with. So implementing a management system-based approach would also benefit a TVI because it would have, like, for example, in the current STAR evaluation system, it says there, does the organization have a mission, vision, policy, and objectives, and is this published? No, and basically the criteria is if you have it published in several publications. But if you set that up in a management system-based approach, it will be to have a mission, vision, and objectives, and later on follow up if those mission, vision, and objectives have been actually achieved or realized. So that's why we are recommending the management system alignment to the different set of requirements, so that it would also benefit or be beneficial for the TBI, for them to see that they are really achieving what they were set out to do, which is to improve the quality of their institution.
Thank you, sir. Alex, do we have other questions from our audience?
Yes, we have one question for Dr. Nancy. The question is, good to see that the study is geared towards empowering marginalized women. Can the framework of the study possibly be used for conducting research on employment opportunities for the LGBTQ plus community?
I'm sorry, Alexa, I cannot hear you loudly.
Can the framework of the study possibly be used for conducting research on employment opportunities for the LGBTQ community?
Well, definitely, definitely the framework of our study can be replicated for the LGBT community. It's just that I think because we use the SETG, we have actually limited information about the LGBT, because there's no question about the gender, okay, the preferred gender. So there, the question is only about sex, a biological sex. So maybe that would be a good, a good tip, or a good for the TESDA, for the TVET to add, to add that matter, to add that question, to add that particular characteristic. But definitely, it can be replicated. This framework can be used for the LGBT community to assess their employability. That is really a good research, actually.
Thank you, Dr. Nancy. Just a follow-up question on that. What are your programs that are yet to be launched, especially for the least number of women in Zamboanga Peninsula that were statistically way below employed?
You are asking me what are my programs, so I don't really have the programs, but this is for the information of our management management in those regions. But of course, like what I said earlier, statistics are just guide, so that the statistical findings are just guide. So there are actually many factors that might contribute, no? So marami tayong mga hindering factors na pwede natin tingnan. Okay? So like for example, if may I add, okay, so for a while, okay. Okay, so we have to have a closer look at the other factors, particularly the structural and the cultural barriers related to gender norms, as shown, also to hinder the employability of the female graduates. So actually, based on the literature, the program option usually taken by women often lead to low productivity employment, given that they are usually without training regulations. So their choice or nature of program shows that women take stereotypical roles associated with women, an issue that's still present today because of the prevailing traditional gender norms. So in relation to this, the second factor that hinders women from entering employment despite their TVET training is the primacy of the reproductive roles. So the Philippine society still expects women to perform childcare and domestic roles as their primary responsibilities. So thus making entering the workforce secondary and even more challenging. So that's why we need to balance gainful employment and household responsibilities for women. And many women actually choose to engage in the informal economy because of the balancing gainful employment and household responsibilities. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. Balik po kami ulit sa team nila, Sir Benji. We have this question about regarding the star rating. What's your insight in the assessment and evaluation process of the star rating? Does it contribute to low and slow number of star rated program?
If I can add, if you notice, one of the things we mentioned there is there are certain requirements that are difficult for some, especially small and medium-sized TVIs to comply, like research and development, community outreach programs. So that's why in our study, we recommended to have this as like secondary evaluation requirements, because some organizations will have difficulties implementing things like that. But they're part of the criteria. So sometimes those who attempt, kasi I think that in the process, you can do a self-assessment in the beginning. So when they take the assessment criteria and then they do the self-assessment, when they see some of that criteria, parang immediately they feel already that they will not reach the minimum points required. So that's why one of the recommendations in the study is to review the awarding of points and put heavier weight on basic mandatory requirements, and then put less weight on some programs like that we mentioned, to make it easier for small and medium TVIs to also participate in this program also.
Last question na lang po for Sir Edward's team. How can TESDA motivate TVIs to apply for star rating given the current situation na we're still in the pandemic and which interrupted schools to operate because of quarantine standards and protocols?
Yes, basically that's why the STAR program is a very good program talaga sana, because it pushes TVIs to have a system, or to have a set of rules and policies to be able to adapt to situations such as this one. In fact, I think even in our study, we included there because in the middle of the study, the pandemic happened. So I think one of the recommendations there that we included also was to put business continuity or continuity programs. Like, for example, how do they adapt to an online to move from like a face-to-face to an online type of class. So yan, that's one of the things that we recommended in that study as well.
Salamat po. Sorry, last na lang po talaga for your team. Given the results of the study, what can you recommend in terms of incentivizing the TVIs na sasali po sa STAR?
Yeah. Maganda na
Yeah, Benji,
yung
go.
maganda na yung incentives na binibigay ng TESDA under the STAR program. So, for example, if they are offering additional scholarship slots for institutions that will get STAR awards. They are also providing capacity building activities and assistance to upgrade their facilities and equipment. I think those incentives are enough to encourage a lot of TVET institutions. However, when we conducted study, we also asked the same question on what would motivate them to apply in the STAR program. And they particularly mentioned two incentives that they want to see. First is it's like a cash incentive so that to augment the resources that they use during their application in the STAR program. And second is an incentive for the trainers. So we know the trainer is very important or a key person in getting the STAR program, and to encourage more trainers around the country to really excel and achieve for a STAR-rated program. They want to see a specific incentive for the trainer. Thank you.
Salamat po. Last na lang na question for Dr. Tandang. Before we conclude this segment, given the results of the study, what other programs could be done or could be created to encourage the employability of TVET women graduates in the men-dominated and non-traditional trades?
Okay, thank you, but I'm forwarding that question to TESDA. So I'm presenting this result to TESDA so that they can craft a program planning that will increase the employability of our women. But then, there is actually no significant difference in the employability of the men and women actually. So though for the past several SETGs, it was you can see that there's a higher employment rate among men compared to women, but actually they are not significant. So they are not significantly different. So if you're going to to track the employability of our TVET women, they're actually increasing. So nag-i-increase talaga siya. But of course, we have to maintain and improve pa siya. And I'm throwing that to our TESDA management. All right? Okay.
Maraming salamat po. Thanks again, Dr. Nancy Tandang, Sir Benjamin Berhel de Dios, and Sir Edward Nafable for the policy presentations you presented. Alex?
Right, Sir Lawrence, and they have been very generous with their response.
Thank
Once again,
you.
thank you po to our dear presenters. So now we are going to have a Menti poll to answer this question. The question is, what other policy research priorities should the TVET sector focus on? Again, the question is, what other policy research priorities should the TVET sector focus on? Now, for our participants, you may go to menti.com and enter the code 1112358 or click the link posted in the chat box. What other policy research priorities should the TVET sector focus on? Ayan, Sir Lawrence, may mga sagot na. Okay, one answered women. Mental health, funding, subjective well-being, new normal.
Fourth IR, I saw PWD, person with disabilities, job satisfaction, indigenous people, about new normal, something about, madami.
Dami.
Thank you very much for active participation. So far, the dominant responses about job
Mental
satisfaction, mental health.
Yeah.
And the TESDA team will take note of this for the next round of policy research activities and other programs.
Once again, thank you for that engaging Menti, Paul. We will surely take note of those responses. For now, we shall have a 10-minute break. You may happily do some stretching, take some coffee or your favorite snack or energy drink. We shall see you after our short break.
Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA, ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo. Aming kaibigan, pagkatani abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo. Aming kaibigan, pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng testa iyong probinsya. Abot ng testa ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, kanayunan at
Welcome back po sa ating lahat. We are now in the second set of our research presentations. The second set of presentations are results of the partnership between the Philippine Business for Education, or TVET, and TESDA. Among the identified areas for collaboration under this agreement is the conduct of TVET-related studies. The bilateral research policy partnership is envisioned to greatly contribute to the ongoing discourse on TVET, youth need, and workforce development trends and challenges. So at this juncture, two of them will be presenting their papers, and they are prominent people in the Philippine Institute for Development Studies.
Yes, that is right, Alex. The first presenter is the new president of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, where he has served as a senior research fellow since 1992. He is an economist interested in applied economic modeling, impact evaluation, education and labor market, social protection, demographic economics, and information and communication technologies. In addition, he has extensive experience in designing, conducting, and teaching impact evaluation of programs and policies in education, social protection, judicial reforms, community-driven development, water services, agriculture, and agriculture finance. He has served as a consultant in these areas to various multilateral and bilateral institutions. He has served as Deputy Executive Director as well of the Policy Development Foundation Incorporated, and also served as Officer in Charge and Deputy Executive Director for Policy Development and Planning for Agricultural Credit Policy Council. He was a professional lecturer at the University of the Philippines School of Economics and a visiting researcher at the Asian Development Bank Institute. He holds a PhD in economics from the UP School of Economics and did postdoctoral studies at the Harvard University. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Aniceto Orbeta Jr.
Good morning and welcome, Dr. Orbeta. May we also welcome Mr. John Paul P. Corpus, his co-author in the discussion papers. He is a graduate of a master's degree in economics from UP Diliman. He has been a researcher with Philippine Institute for Development Studies since 2016, where he mostly worked on impact evaluation. He is currently part of the PIDS macroeconomics team. We shall first start with our presentation on who are the youth NEET, or youth need, in the Philippines today. Once again, let us all give a virtual applause to Dr. Aniceto C. Orbeta and Mr. John Paul P. Corpus.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Clear po.
Okay. We are glad to present the studies we did with TESDA and PVET in the 2021 TVET Research Conference. JP and I will share the presentation. First, I will present the reasons behind the design of the study. JP will present the results, then I will come back for the conclusions and recommendations. First study we'll be presenting is the who are the youth need. The importance of this study is emanates from the belief that not being in employment, education, or training can undermine young people's future employment and earning prospects, leading to a lasting economic disadvantage. In addition, being in need can also have adverse social consequences such as depression, weaker social engagement, and possible deviant behavior. These outcomes are of great cost to the economy and society. So here we found out the number of youth needs or youth not in employment, education, and training to be 3.8 million, or in January 2021 as the estimate, or 9.4% of the youth population. That's the magnitude of the youth need. Next slide, please. This study addresses 5 research questions. One is, of course, who are the youth need in the Philippines, and what are the dropout points of the youth from education, and how do government agencies measure and monitor the need, and how many need are potential TVET learners, and lastly, what are the barriers that keep need from pursuing TVET. Next slide, please. This figure provides a comprehensive conceptual framework for the 2 studies. And as you can see, it's described here that the activities of the youth are dependent on the underlying economic and training environment. This consists of the general economic environment, particularly industrial structure, determining the demand for training and skills. And the supply side of training consists of training institutions. And of course, against that is the household decisions to be educated or to be trained. And government and non-government institutions who finds the result not satisfactory tries to influence this by providing programs. So the interaction of these components will determine the demand for youth skills as well as the supply of youth skills, and the services that will be provided to try to make a better match between the demand and supply of youth skills. And finally, these are supposed to produce youth in training. The final outcomes are consisting of the youth in training or in school, or youth being employed, as well as their wage and income. Next slide, please. The way we handle the research questions is described in this slide. To answer the research questions, who are the youth need, and what are the dropout points, and how many are potential TVET learners, we use the PSA survey, particularly labor force survey, family income and expenditure survey, and the annual poverty indicator survey, or APIS. How the government agencies measure the need, we review the PSA documents and interviewed government agencies as well on how they measure the need. And finally, to answer the question of what are the barriers to keep need from pursuing TVET, we did an online survey of TESDA as well as Youth Works Philippines trainees to give us a perspective of what are the barriers that trainees are facing in trying to get themselves trained. Turning now to JP.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So in this section, we discuss who the youth need are in the Philippines and which groups of youths are most likely to be need. So here we show the prevalence of need among different groups of youth in the Philippines. So of the country, 17 regions, BARM has the highest NEET incidence. 27% of youth in BARM are NEET, and BARM is followed by Davao region in Mimaropa, where 20% of the youth are NEET. And they are followed by Zamboanga Peninsula and Central Luzon, where 19% of the youth are NEET. In terms of sex, 24% of female youth are NEET, compared to just 14% among male youth. And the NEET rate is even higher among females aged 20 to 24. 40% of them are NEET. And it's even higher among married females. So 67% of them are NEET. In terms of educational attainment, 70% of youth with a lower secondary education are NEET. And NEET incidence is actually lowest among youth with an upper secondary education, with 9%. And it's highest among youth with no educational attainment. 75% of them are NEET. In terms of location, 19% of youth in rural areas are NEET, and that's roughly equal to the NEET incidence among youth in urban areas, which is 18%. And finally, in terms of family income, NEET incidence is generally higher among youth belonging to poorer families. So 23% of youth in the bottom half of the income distribution are NEET, compared to just 11% among youth belonging to the top 20%. So here we show the profile of Filipino NEET. So the overwhelming majority of them, 69%, are 20 to 24 years old. 63% of them are female. 43% have a lower secondary education. Just over half of them, 56%, live in rural areas, and 56% of the NEET come from the poorest 40% of families in terms of income. So when we look at the economic status of NEET, we see that most of them are economically inactive, which means that they're out of the labor force, meaning they're neither working nor looking for work. So 74% of NEET are not participating in the labor force, and 52% of NEET, 52% of NEET, or over half of the NEET population, actually consists of economically inactive females. And among the economically inactive NEET, the main reason for being economically inactive is home care. So 45% are economically inactive because they're doing household or family duties. And finally, over 60% of female NEET who are in marriage and family formation have a lot to do with why female NEET are participating in the labor force. Okay, so next we answer the question of what are the youth's dropout points in the education ladder and where do they go when they leave school. So to answer this question, we used the PSA's labor force survey data to see education attendance rates at different ages. So this graph on the screen shows school attendance rates from the age 5 to 24. The orange curve represents overall attendance rates, while the colored curves beneath the orange curve represent school attendance rates at different education levels, from the primary level to the bachelor level. And you see here that at ages 6 to 12, which corresponds to the years when children are in primary school, school attendance among children is very high. It averages at 98%. From ages 12 to 16, which corresponds to junior high school, school attendance rate starts to fall gradually. So from 98% at age 12, it falls to 92% at age 16. And after that, it falls at an even faster rate at ages 17 to 19, which corresponds to senior high school and the transition to college. We see that school attendance falls from 92% at age 16 to 63% at age 19. And then after that, at school attendance falls even faster at ages 20 to 21, corresponding roughly to second year to fourth year college, from 63% at age 19, school attendance drops to 21%, which is 21% at age 21. And from age 21, school attendance continues to fall, but at a slower pace. And by age 24, only 6.8% are in school, most of them at the bachelor level. So next, we try to answer the question of where the youth go when they leave school. So when youth leave school, they can either go to the labor force or they become. When we looked at the data, we found interesting differences between males and females when they transition out of school. So the first thing we found is that young males females tend to stay longer. So in this graph, the curves show the proportion of youth who are still in school by sex. So the blue curves represents males and the pink curve represents females. We see here that at ages 15 to 19, education participation among females is higher compared to males, although that difference disappears at age 20. And after that, the gap actually reverses. The second thing we found is that males transition to work earlier in larger proportions than females. So that is shown in the graph here. We see here that as early as age 15, 10% of male youth are already employed compared to just 7% among females. And as we expect as youth age, a larger and larger share of them become employed. But that gap between males and females persists, and you can see at age 21 that gap actually begins to widen. And by age 24, 3 out of 4 male youth are employed, but only half of the male. And found that when youth leave school, a larger share of female youth transition to being economically inactive compared to males, and that is clearly shown in this graph. So at ages 15 to 16, the share of youth who are out of the labor force is basically identical for both sexes. But that starts to change at age 17 when a gap starts to appear, and then it continues to widen until age 24. And when youth reach that age, nearly 40% of female youth are inactive compared to just 10% among male youth. Okay, so in this section, we turn to the question of how government agencies measure and monitor need. So first, we discuss the role of the Philippine Statistics Authority, or the PSA, in measuring the country's need population. So the PSA publishes official statistics on need using data collected from the labor force survey, for which used to be done quarterly, but I think since January 2021 has been held monthly. So the LFS collects 4 variables that we need to identify the youth need. These are age, employment, education participation, that is if the person is attending school, and training participation, that is if a person is attending a training program. So actually, the question on training participation was introduced in the LFS only in its July 2018 round. So from 2006 to 2018, what the PSA has is only data on the NEE, or the youth who are not in employment or education, and they only started publishing data on NEET in 2019, just 2 years ago. So in our review of PSA's survey materials, we actually found that the way PSA defines training participation is quite narrow and different from the way TESDA defines training participation. So based on PSA survey manuals, only people who are attending school-based TVET programs are considered participating in training. However, for TESDA, TVET programs can be delivered in a variety of ways, and this could be through institutions such as TVIs, to enterprises. So these include your apprenticeships and learnership programs, through community-based programs, and through so-called monitored programs, which are delivered by government agencies. And if you take a look at the pie chart on the right, based on tested data, 2/3 of enrollees in TVET programs in 2019 were taking tech work programs outside of institutional providers. So 45% took a community-based program and 18% took a monitor program. So because of PSA's definition of training participation, we think it is narrower than TESDA's, and it's possible that PSA is undercounting or underestimating the true extent of training participation in the country. So now we turn to the result of our interviews with government agencies. We interviewed offices in DOLE, TESDA, CHED, DepEd, TSWD, and NYC, the National Youth Commission. And specifically, we interviewed offices within those agencies that run education, employment, or training programs and other programs that are targeting the youth. So we asked government agencies and TESDA actually use this concept, and that's because they are the only two agencies that have programs that specifically target the need. For DOLE, that program is the SPES, the special program for the employment of students. And according to TESDA, their Seek, Find, Train, Assess, Certify, Employ framework targets the youth need. And we also asked government agencies whether they monitor need statistics. And although all of them keep track of the beneficiaries of their own respective programs, only DOLE said that they monitor need statistics from the PSA. Okay, so next we discuss how we try to answer the question of how many NEET youth are potential TVET learners. So we try to answer this question by estimating a regression model that predicts training participation. And we use data from the PSA's labor force survey and annual poverty indicator survey. So in this presentation, in the interest of time, we're only going to show a simplified representation of the methodology. So for those who are interested in the details, you may refer to the paper. But basically what we do here is we estimate the model of training participation on the subsample of youth who are not NEET. And this model says that training participation is influenced by individual characteristics such as age, sex, and education, family characteristics such as family size and the education of parents, and community characteristics such as where a person lives and whether it is urban or rural. And after estimating that model, we then apply it to the subsample of NEET youth to predict which among the NEET youth would participate in training based on their characteristics. So we checked how well the estimated model performs in predicting training participation among non-NEET youth. And unfortunately, the model doesn't perform very well. Of all training participants, it only correctly identified 32% of them as training participants. So when we apply this model on a subsample of NEET youth, the model predicts that about 25% of NEET, and that's roughly 1 million youth, the model predicts that they are potential training participants. Okay, so finally, we discussed the barriers that keep NEET from pursuing TVET. And we answered this question by means of an online survey. So our target respondents for this survey were current trainees and applicants in Tested Technology Institutes or TTIs, and current trainees and applicants in YouthWorks PH. So anyone among these targets groups were eligible to take the survey as long as they were NEET at the time that they applied for the program. So in terms of sampling, the way we collected responses is that we asked TESDA and YouthWorks to advertise the online survey and promote it among their constituents, and we asked them to collect as many responses as they could. So our survey is a self-selected survey, meaning anyone who was willing to participate in it could do so, as long as they were eligible. And this, in turn, means our sampling is non-random and non-probability. So our sample, therefore, is not representative of the NEET population, and it's not even representative of the NEET population in TTIs and in the YouthWorks PH program. That means that the findings of the survey are not generalizable, but nevertheless, despite this limitation, we still think that our results are informative. So our survey was conducted in March 2021, and the usable sample size we achieved is 1,688, and most of them, 61% of them, actually consist of trainees in TTIs. So we now turn to the results. So we asked our respondents to name the factors that kept them from pursuing TVET before they applied to their respective training programs, and we allowed them to name more than one factor. So these are the top responses. So the top reason is financial. 48% said that the reason they didn't pursue TVET before was that they lacked funds for tuition or allowance. And that is followed by the lack of information, 13%, household or caring duties, 11%, and work or seeking work at 10%. And interestingly, 36% said that they didn't experience any hindrance when in pursuing TVET, and perhaps some of these people didn't pursue TVET before because it was their choice not to. So next, we also asked our respondents about what types of support they think are needed to encourage youth to pursue TVET or to pursue training, and these are the top responses they gave. So 58% said allowance support, 56% said information on jobs, 48% said tuition support, 47% said job search support, and 39% said information on TVET programs. Okay, so that's it for the main findings, and I'm now turning over to Dr. Beto for the conclusions.
Next slide, please. JP. Okay, so the few slides on the conclusion. So on net incidence and composition, net incidence is highest in Barm and followed by Davao Region, Mimaropa, Zamboanga Peninsula, and Central Luzon. And mostly are female, coming from poorer families, and they are mostly economically inactive, meaning they are not in the workforce, with home care being the principal reason for the inactivity. And next slide, please. The drop-off points of school to work transition is that school attendance drops off significantly from age 17 to 21, and males tend to leave school earlier and start work earlier than females, and a large share of the females leaving school become economically inactive. Next slide, please. For government measurement and monitoring the NEET, only a few government agencies actually use the NEET concept, and PS's even definition of training participation excludes non-school based modes of delivery and this is supposed to be leading from our perspective into an undercounting of the NEET. Next slide, please. When it comes to trying to determine the potential TVET learners among the NEET, we, as JP mentioned, we develop a model which predicts 25% of the NEET, or about 1 million, as potential TVET learners. However, the model as it is now has a low predictive power. Next slide, please. And barriers to pursuing TVET among the NEET is that financial constraints is the main one, and as followed by lack of information and housework, and financial support and information on jobs and TVET programs can encourage them to participate, the youth to participate in training. And survey findings that though it's not generalizable because it's not a probability sample, but it do provide useful information. Next slide, please. So the recommendations, given this results, is that we should conduct more in-depth studies on determinants of being NEET and include the high level of inactivity among the female NEET as a special importance to identify policies that will draw them into the training and employment. As we have said, being NEET means you're wasting time to be more productive in the future for these young groups of people. And PSE and TESDA should resolve the differences in definition of the training participation, as we have said. Because of that, there might be an underestimation of the number of NEET because large proportion of TESDAs defined trainees are not included as trainees in the official statistics of the PSA, and promote the use of NEET concept among the relevant government agencies, and encourage to encourage the TVET participation. We should consider financial support. We do realize that TVET has been doing that, but apparently there's still that part of, so maybe continue to measure these constraints so that you can fine-tune the programs of government. So financial support, information dissemination, I know we also know that TVET has been doing that, and employment facilitation as well. So since the kids or the youths are mentioning this, that means that maybe we should do something more than what we have been actually been doing in the past to attract more youth into training or education. I think that's the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Orbeta and Mr. Corpus, for presenting to us the current situation of the youth needs in the Philippines today. These are the youth who are not in employment, education, and training. Time check, it is already 11:16. We are now opening the floor for the first panel of discussion to be represented by the Philippine Statistics Authority and the National Youth Commission. From PSA, before his appointment as a national statistician and civil registrar general, he served as dean and professor in statistics of the School of Statistics at the University of the Philippines, and also held notable positions in various research-related organizations and projects. A multi-awarded researcher, he continuously conducts researches in the areas of poverty analysis, household savings, fertility, population dynamics, measuring market risks, and forecasting methods for volatility, which has won many awards. Aside from being a researcher, he also has written chapters for nationally and internationally published books and monographs in the areas of population, poverty and hunger, youth unemployment, and energy. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, joining us from PSA, let us all welcome Dr. Dennis S. Mapa. From the National Youth Commission, on the other hand, he is the Assistant Division Chief of the Policy Research Division of the National Youth Commission. He previously served as an executive assistant at the Office of the Commissioner representing Luzon. He has taught political science at the Ateneo de Manila University for more than 10 years before moving to the public sector. He was briefly employed at the Philippine Business for Education as Policy Advocacy Director in 2019 before joining the National Youth Commission. Joining us from NYC, we have Mr. Raymond Rañeses Jr. Our panel discussion will be facilitated by Mr. Marco de los Reyes, Policy and Advocacy Manager from the Philippine Business for Education. Sir Marco, you may now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Alexa. So how this panel discussion will go is that I will ask our two panelists, Dr. Mapa and RR, to give their reactions to the presented study. And then I myself have prepared a few questions. And then finally, if our audience also would like to ask our panelists and also our presenters, Dr. Babes and JP, then I can also read on the chat box for their questions. All right. Without further delay, may I now ask Dr. Mapa for his reactions on the paper presented by Dr. Babes and JP.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank TESDA, particularly Maui Dulce, for persistently following up the invitation to be a discussant of this important paper, Who Are the Youth Net in the Philippines Today by Dr. Babes Orbeta, John Paul Corpus, and Nina Araos. Studies related to youth not in employment, education, or training, and the corresponding policy interventions to minimize or eliminate such are crucial for the country to fully achieve the demographic dividend that will increase our productivity and economic growth. In the Philippines, the PSA generates the data, as mentioned, on not in employment nor in education starting April of 2016 via our labor force survey, and NEET starting July 2018, also through our labor force survey. The labor force survey uses definition for the NEET similar to our definition to definitions in the Eurostat and the International Labor Organization's definition. Now, of course, I understand, as mentioned by Dr. Orbeta and John, on some differences between definitions. The Philippine Statistical System, where TESDA is also a member, can actually use the result of the labor force survey, this study, review other studies and international practices and standards towards coming up with the official concept and definition of the NEET in the Philippines, taking into consideration a gender perspective. As mentioned in the paper and in the presentation, on the suggestion to have a more comprehensive coverage of TVET and clarity of the concept of training participation in official statistics to better understand the demand for TVET. While personally I support this, but this might be challenging at the moment, since we have to understand that the main objective of the labor force survey is to generate labor market statistics. And during this pandemic, it has become a vehicle for providing high-frequency labor market indicators to inform our policymakers in crafting relevant and responsive policy and recovery programs of the government in fighting the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on health and the economy. What we are doing and guaranteeing in the collection of the labor force survey, given that it is monthly, is the timeliness of the key labor market indicators, because this is critical at present and therefore requires a carefully planned set of data items to be included as part of the labor force survey data collection. Moreover, TVET characteristics of the youth population are not the main parameters of interest of the labor force survey. The youth population is also only a subset of the targeted population because our coverage is 15 and above. And the numbers, if you are counting it and if you're looking at the paper, the numbers is small compared to the overall numbers in the sample of the LFS. So for example, it is actually small in the 4 replicate sample that we are conducting or collecting for the months of January, April, July, and October. More so for the monthly labor force survey, wherein we are just using 1 replicate. Other alternative method of gathering information is via administrative data on enrollees and graduates. The smaller coverage for the youth NEET may also have impact on the analysis. So for example, in the paper of Dr. Orbeta, they noted regional differences in the proportions of youth NEET utilizing metadata from the labor force survey. I would like to caution researchers, a lot are here, on the use of analysis of subsamples. Because as I mentioned, that is not really the target set of parameters in the original labor force survey. So we have to carefully look at it from a statistician perspective by looking at the sample size and the corresponding standard errors. In the 2019 labor force survey, for example, we have varying sample sizes across the regions on the youth NEET. BARM, NCR, and Region 3 have relatively higher coverage. But for example, regions 1 and 2 have relatively low coverage in terms of the sample because there are fewer subsamples in the data. So this is part of a careful analysis that must be done by researchers when looking at metadata from our various surveys. So at this point, those are my comments on the paper, and I would like to congratulate the authors, of course, very important and with high impact for our policy makers. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek Mapa, and it's very nice to hear that the recommendations of the PIDSL on harmonization and improvement of the definition of TVET is well received. I have a few questions for you, Yusek, but I'll hold it at first, and I'll go to RR. I'd like to hear from RR what are his thoughts on the study just presented by Doc Daves and Jake. RR.
Hi, good morning. Would like to congratulate PBED and PIDS and also TESDA for this very informative paper. We feel that the paper will push us at the level of the National Youth Commission to adopt an institutional definition of youth need. We haven't quite actually, as the paper indicated, we have not made much effort towards institutionally defining it at our level. But we feel that a more precise and aligned definition of youth need will help the NYC realize its own commitments under the current Philippine Youth Development Plan, which will be revised starting next year. So when we start revising and developing the new PYDP, we will be incorporating a new or adopting now the definition of youth need. We are also happy to share that the ongoing National Youth Assessment Study, this is the 5th ENIAS survey, has already made some initial steps towards adopting the term youth need. In the previous ENIAS surveys, we've used out-of-school youth, but this paper, we will share it also with our ENIAS consultants who are doing the study so that they can further align the work of ENIAS for within these parameters and serve as a basis for interpreting the data that the ENIAS will be coming up when it is finished. But from our agency level, we feel that this paper can also serve as a basis for closely monitoring, developing a database, and aligning training programs as well as training partners of the NYC, and those that are initiated also in partnership with Sangguniang Kabataan officials within the ecosystem of the TESDA and the TVET programs. And we feel that it is high time, given this paper, to provide from the NYC level institutional mechanisms, guidelines, and standards for one, targeting, profiling, and data monitoring our training participants, and two, developing a database and guidelines for accrediting and endorsing training providers that the NYC and SKs would utilize for their training interventions, and perhaps also define training within the parameters as suggested in the paper. This paper helps us build our ongoing initiatives at the NYC for more coordinated training efforts, and it compels us to closely collaborate with other institutions such as TESDA. This is a very helpful paper for us, especially at my division, at the division I represent, which is the Policy Research Division, as we are also planning to develop a comprehensive policy research agenda on the youth together with a legislative agenda that we will be crafting next year. So again, our congratulations to PBED, to TESDA, and to PIDS for this paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, RR. And it's really nice to hear that the idea and the concept of need can help guide the PYDP, or Philippine Youth Development Plan, just as you just said. My first question is for USEC MAPA, and the study notes that the data comes from the labor force survey, but this one is more on an aggregate national or regional statistics. But our concern, TESDAS and PBED, since we implement YouthWorks, is on the targeting, and that was also mentioned by RR earlier. Who are the youth needs on the ground level? So how can we nudge LGUs? Okay, give the context that we already have the CBMS, the Community-Based Monitoring System, law passed in 2019, for them to also capture the data on youth needs so that we can have a better targeting of this sector. USEC MAPA.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think for targeting and the various programs of government and TESTA in particular, the CBMS would be a good way of collecting this data. As you are aware, CBMS via the CBMS Act will be implemented by the PSA, and we will have a rollout next year, 2022. And while I am not I cannot recall yet, no, but I'm pretty sure that there is a module there on labor and employment, and I'm pretty sure that we should be able to capture this. So if more LGUs will participate in the community-based monitoring system rollout next year, then we can have data at the municipal, even barangay levels for this type of information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusek. And I like what I heard that in the rollout of the CBMS, youth need will be captured. Now, I'd like to ask RR on his thoughts on these findings of the study. That Doc Dave said earlier, I think that it was JP, that 36% of the youth need who are not in training said that there is actually no hindrance. So it was their choice. It was their choice not to undergo training. So what do you think should we do to persuade the youth to take up training programs and perhaps maybe extrapolate from there an NYC test the activity, something like that? RR?
Yes, thank you. I think that data is a very valuable insight and offers a valuable input. It will help us identify ways also to reach the youth. And I think extrapolating from it, a very important step would be intensifying the information education campaigns of the NYC, but also maybe even pushing the step further towards the NYC becoming participant of consolidating all of these training programs. Although we need to validate it also using our ENIAS survey. So maybe we can incorporate a question in the ENIAS, how exactly the youth can be reached in terms of these programs, so that we can bring them into the training activities that are available. Part of that is also validating whether the youth are aware on the ground of these training programs. And if there are no hindrance, maybe information would be one of the factors as well, because I think from the level of the NYC, that's one of the things that we usually get from the youth, that they're not aware or they're not fully updated with some of the information. So yeah.
Thank you very much, RR. My next question, and I'd open this to both our panelists and also our presenters. Or maybe I will start with our presenters, Doc Babes or JP can respond. Since they mentioned about the female character of youth need, that there is a gender component to it, that female youth are more likely to become not in education, employment, and training than male youth. And I'd like to push the envelope a bit further, since you also asked, a part of your methodologies is asking the offices on their programs. What programs have you seen or not seen target the female youth?
GP, would you want to answer that?
Yeah, so maybe I can answer that. Actually, unfortunately, our interviews with government offices did not have that gender perspective. So we didn't ask them specifically what if they have any programs that target female youth. So it was more of youth in general.
Right. Thank you. RR, how about with NYC? Given that it says there that the female, they stop their studies and then they take time entering or going back to the labor force because they are taking care of their household. What do you think? What program maybe top of mind do you do or we can do to support this sector?
I guess from the level of the NYC, what we need to do also, kasi we have two sets of programs of trainings. The first are those that are provided by the NYC as an agency itself in partnership with non-government organizations as well as government organizations. And primarily, they are designed for SK officials most of the time. And then, of course, we have the programs implemented by SKs on the ground. So I guess it is also crucial that we look into those programs that SK officials initiate, because they also have that power to initiate in partnership with, I forgot to say earlier, a crucial component here would be the newly established local youth development offices in every local government unit. So we have LYDOs who also develop programs. So part of that would be gathering all those information and consolidating them, which may require a separate study. And that's something I think that we at the Policy Research Division of the NYC is also interested in terms of capturing. And maybe perhaps we could collaborate with organizations like TVET to help us define that kind of research approach. But definitely, since gender is also one of the commitments of the NYC under the PYDP, I think it's just a matter of trying to distill the variables and translating them into data gathering first. So at the first step, I suppose, would be data gathering, because a lot of these activities are happening on the ground, and we have youth leaders also running programs. So we have a database of the youth organizations in the Philippines that are registered under the YORP system of the NYC. So I think part of what we need to do also as an agency is to collate all of those information and then tag them and classify whether they have a specific gender approach as well.
Right. Thank you, RR.
Marco?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let me try to answer the programs that I think the programs that will draw females into economic activity are really programs that will not require them to leave their homes. So whatever that is, then, and I think the ones that comes to mind from our studies is our online work. Online work will be where they can do at home, and of course that presumes that there will be connections at their home, but which is an issue. But that's, I think, we have to, I think, still have to respect the fact that this is the choice, because perhaps the family or whatever the community expects them to do home care, but home care doesn't necessarily need to deprive them of economic activity. So you have to find activities that can be done at home, and while they can still be doing economic activity on the side. So I think, as I've said, online work would be a very good opportunities for women to participate in economic activities.
Yeah, I fully agree, Dr. Urbet. I've been nudged by the hosts. It's just about time, but I still have one question, which I'd like to take this opportunity because Yusek Mata is already here, and because PSA is has been monitoring the labor force service and the youth need since 2016. I'd like to ask if you have any insights or observations on the movements of the numbers of youth need, most especially in this context of the pandemic.
Well, first, the youth in general, the unemployment rate increased, particularly during the time of the pandemic. So that is what we are seeing. Also, there is a spike in terms of underemployment. So this one in general affected the youth population from our labor force survey.
Thank you. Thank you, Yusek Mapa. Thank you, RR, Dr. Babes, and JP. I turn the floor back to Lawrence, our host. Thank you.
Salamat, Marco. Salamat din po, Yusek Mapa and Mr. Ranieses, for a rich discussion regarding the first presentation of PIDS. With that, we shall proceed with the next discussion paper, Still to be presented by Dr. Orbeta and Mr. Corpus, the profile of training and skilling programs in the Philippines.
Okay, this is the same strategy that we'll be doing. So, given the high number of Filipino youth that are NEET, subset almost 4 million, it's natural to look at what are the questions what are the hindrances for what that created this issue. So natural way of important way of looking at the problem is looking at the supply side. So this is the study on training and skilling in the Philippines. Next slide, please. This is the research question that we tried to answer in this paper. So what are the existing training programs? So for youth works, this youth works is the we collaborate with youth works on this and test as well, of course, on the priority sectors and how responsive are the current training programs to the industry needs, and is there a need for new national certificates? And fourth one is how did the COVID-19 impact the training programs and what industry sectors emerge because of the pandemic. Next slide, please. This is the same conceptual that you used in the earlier study, but it focuses now on the supply side of the question. Okay, next slide. I don't have to explain that. So the research methods is based on again the analysis of test the secondary data and test the documents to answer the first two questions. What are the existing training programs for the priority sectors of the youth works, and how responsive are the current training programs to the industry needs? Particularly, we use secondary data for that question. And then next set of questions is the answer to that came from interviews and roundtable discussions with enterprise-based providers training, and as well as examining the test the documents, especially on the issue of new certificates. And so that's how we answer the questions. Now, GP.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, GP.
Okay, so first I will discuss the available training programs in YouthWorks PH priority sectors, which are construction, manufacturing, and tourism. Next slide. So there are actually many tech walk programs in construction, tourism, and manufacturing that lead to a national certificate qualification. And as of the time that we wrote the paper, there were 43 such programs in construction, for example, carpentry NC2, tile setting NC2, masonry NC2. There were 21 in tourism, for example, bread and pastry production NC2, cookery NC2, and there were 104 in manufacturing, for instance, shielded metal arc welding NC2. Actually, the way we counted the manufacturing related programs is different from the way we counted the programs in the other two sectors. And for a discussion of that, we will just refer you to the paper. Next slide. So tourism-related programs are actually the most widely offered programs by training providers. So in 2019, 27% of all tech walk programs registered in TESDA are in the tourism sector. And you can see there the other programs in the top 5. That includes metals and engineering, electrical and electronics, social community development and other services, and construction. Next slide. And actually, tourism programs are also the most demanded by students. So this graph shows the 10 TVET sectors with the highest number of graduates in 2019. So tourism sector programs account for 23% of all TVET graduates of all ages, and an even higher proportion of TVET graduates who belong to the youth, 30%. So, and in this graph, you can also see the sectors with the high concentration of youth graduates. That includes electrical and electronics, automotive and land transportation, metals and engineering, and ICT. Next slide. So for this question, responsiveness of training programs to industry needs, for this question and the other remaining questions, we use the responses that we gathered from our interviews with companies that run training programs. So two of the companies that we interviewed are engaged in construction, and while the two others, one is a canning company and the other is a hotel company. So just to give a description of the training programs these companies run, two of these companies have an in-house training school, and the other two companies have an apprenticeship program. So most of them employ their trainees after getting certification. So in this section, we asked respondents to talk about the issues surrounding the responsiveness of existing training programs to industry needs. And this synthesizes their responses. Next slide. So the first concern has to do with the low demand for construction-related training jobs among the youth. According to the construction companies that we interviewed, they find it hard to find students for their construction training programs, even with the offer of free tuition and a guaranteed job after passing the assessment. And they said this is because young people do not have a favorable view of construction jobs. They view them as dirty, dangerous, difficult, and dead end. And in general, more young people prefer tourism-related programs over construction-related programs. Next slide. The second issue is on the subject of allowances and government scholarships. So our respondents said that they tap government scholarships to finance their training program. So for example, some tap TESDA's TWSP and PESFA scholarships, and there's also one that taps TEPED's joint delivery voucher program. And their feedback was that these scholarships are barely enough to cover program costs, which include trainer salaries and training materials. And then there's also the issue of allowances. So one of our respondents, which taps TESDA's TWSP, says that many potential students are unwilling to undergo training because of the absence of an allowance to support them in the course of the training. So even though there's the scholarship offered free tuition, they're still unwilling to undergo the training because it didn't include an allowance. Actually, TESDA already added an allowance benefit to their TWSP at the time that we conducted the interview. So probably the respondent was talking about a previous experience. Next slide. Okay, so the third issue is the lack of soft skills among their entry-level workers. So one of our informants said that many of their entry-level workers do not advance at work because they lack communication skills and discipline. And another informant said that they noticed that younger workers tend to fall short on discipline and compliance to superiors. They also said that their jobs are actually relatively easy to learn and do, and what they need are workers who are disciplined and willing to follow instructions of their superiors. Next slide. Finally, there's the issue of workers leaving the company after gaining skills and some experience. So some of the respondents said that many of their workers leave their company to work in cities or leave the country to work overseas after gaining qualifications as well as work experience. And what this means is that they always need to train new workers so that they can fill the gap left by those workers who leave their companies. Next slide. So here we discuss our respondents' answers to the question of whether there is demand for new national certificates. So when we asked our respondents this question, only one of them actually cited a specific area, and that is prefabricated construction in the construction sector. And but most of our respondents brought attention to other issues around training regulations, uh, rather than the need for new training regulations. So we discuss those issues here. Next slide. Okay, so the first issue has to do with the need to update training regulations for existing training programs. So some respondents thought that existing TRs, existing training regulations are not up to speed with current industry practices or technologies, and they need to be updated. For example, one respondent claimed that the TRs for specific programs, which we name in the paper, still prescribes the use of outdated tools. Next slide. The second is on the issue of the quality of training schools. So some of our informants observed that TVIs lack equipment and facilities that are up to par with current industry standards. And these include TESDA's provincial training centers, or PTCs. And they said that this situation results in graduates that lack the required skills when they become employed. Next slide. So the next concern has to do with the quality of trainers and assessors. So one of our informants believe that trainers in TVIs tend not to be industry-based, and therefore they are not up to date with the latest practices and technologies that are used in the industry. And then another informant suggested that TESDA should immediately accredit industry practitioners to become trainers and assessors and no longer require them to undergo training and assessment, which is the current practice. So we asked TESDA's response to this, and they said that they require prospective assessors and trainers to undergo training and assessment, and to ensure that there is uniformity when they conduct their training and assessment. And actually, when we reviewed TESDA documents, we found that industry experience is already a requirement to become a trainer or an assessor, although being a current industry practitioner is not a requirement. Next slide. So the final concern has to do with industry voice and industry and government dialogue. So one of our respondents suggested that there should be regular dialogue between government, industry, and education providers so that industry can better convey their specific needs in terms of workforce. And one of our respondents, which belongs to the construction sector, also suggested that the construction sector be given a seat at the TESDA board. Next slide. So finally, we discussed the responses of our informants when we asked them to discuss the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on their training programs and on the question of what industry sectors emerged due to COVID-19. Next slide. Okay, so both of our respondents that run in-house training schools said that they were forced to suspend all face-to-face classes that they had due to community quarantine protocols imposed by the government. On the other hand, the two other respondents that run apprenticeship programs were able to continue these programs because their businesses remained open. But they had to reduce the number of apprentices to maintain social distancing at work, and also because they were working at a limited capacity. So because face-to-face classes were suspended, some of our respondents said that they converted the theory component of their training modules into videos and other electronic materials, which can be accessed online, and this has allowed their students to continue learning remotely. Although the limitation of this is that the same cannot be done for practical skills because teaching practical skills requires hands-on practical activities in the lab or in the workplace. And at the time when we did our interviews, the labs and workplaces were still closed. And another limitation of online learning is that this is hindered by the lack of access of students to internet or digital devices, especially among low-income students. So when we asked our respondents about or on the question of whether the pandemic has created demand for new skills or jobs, these were the skills and jobs that they mentioned. So first is auxiliary nursing services. So one of our informants said that they were piloting an auxiliary nursing services program, which aims to produce qualified nursing assistants. And they said that their objective is to help fill the demand for medical frontliners in hospitals. The next is digital skills. So some of our respondents said that digital skills is becoming important, especially because transactions are shifting online. And digital marketing skills can also help companies to promote their products and services online. And then finally, another respondent mentioned the need for students to learn how to self-learn or to learn on their own. It was said that students need to be trained to be more responsible for their own education, and this skill actually becomes useful when teachers cannot be physically present, like in a pandemic. And then finally, in terms of subsectors that have emerged due to the pandemic, when we asked our respondents, only one was mentioned by any of them, and that is online food selling in the hospitality sector. So it was mentioned that home cooking has cost advantages that make it more competitive than restaurants because they basically have lower overhead or no overhead at all. For instance, the home cooks don't have to pay rent. And because of this, people with cooking skills can take advantage and put up their online food businesses. Okay, so those are our main findings, and I'm now turning it over to Dr. Arbeto for the conclusions.
Please. So as we have said that there are TVET programs in tourism, construction, and leading to a national certificate, and the industry concerns included our lack of demand for certain trainings, e.g. construction, even if they are given scholarships because of the perceptions about the construction work, and whether the trainers, assessors, and training schools, training curricula are up to date according to industry practices and technologies. And the other thing mentioned is the inadequate soft skills among entry-level training graduates. Next slide, please. So the sentiment is that it's not really new NCs that the industry needs, but what it needs is constant updating of training regulations, improving the quality of training schools, and tapping industry practitioners as trainers and assessors as well, and enhancing the industry government dialogue. I think the industry boards that has been recently launched will be addressing this issue. And COVID-19 has forced a shift to online training, but it's of course effectiveness is limited by that. The practical training cannot be done And also, what's not mentioned from the trainee side is the lack of internet access and devices, which is a real issue for online training. And the pandemic has created demand for nursing assistants, digital skills, and boosted online selling. Next slide. So the recommendations is basically continuing the information campaigns to improve the image of construction. And I said that it's no longer dangerous. You're using machines now, unlike before. That was the how the companies, of course, maybe this is only for big construction firms, but that has to be addressed because that there is already financing, but students are not lining up for the training. And sure work, which already the ingredients for having an effective training, but no one is the uptake is quite low according to the industry. And review the training content and regulations with view of strengthening soft skills. So basically, this is trying to say that modern workplace requires you to be conversant, not just doing the handwork that's required for your skill, but to be able to relate with other workers as well. Then the other recommendation is to adapt industry practitioners as trainers and assessors and promote school-based trainers and assessors to industry practices. I think the real issue here is that the industry practitioners doesn't need to go through the TESDA certifications for trainers and because they already know the work. But I think TESDA's point of view that was mentioned is that they need to know how to teach. And I think that was the TESDA skill that was mentioned from the TESDA side. That's why they need certification. Invest in flexible learning modalities for training providers due to with due considerations. Of course, that's not only training the flexibility should also give due considerations to access capacity of targeted trainees. I think one of the bright spots in the youth work program is that they provided tablets that can be borrowed by the trainees because that's what's required besides and as well as internet load so that they can access because it's I think another study have established that only 18% of the households are connected. So if you are and usually these are for richer households, and for the very poor, it's very low. So if you're targeting poor households for training, then you are essentially and you are doing it online. You're essentially not providing them the opportunity to be able to avail of that whatever training is provided. And of course, I already mentioned this, that promote regular dialogue. I think the industry boards that have been recently launched, both national and subnational level, is being addressed. Is the answer to these recommendations. I think that is the last slide. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po ulit, Dr. Orbeta and Mr. Corpus, for presenting the profile of training and skilling programs in the Philippines. We hope that the discussion was able to help us appreciate the responsiveness of the existing training programs with the industry needs. Once again, we are now opening the floor for the panel discussion. We have invited the representatives from training institutions and private sectors to share their reactions regarding the study. We would like to introduce Mr. Jesse Cubijano, Executive Director of Primary Structures Education Foundation, Inc., and School of Knowledge for Industrial Labor, Leadership, and Service based in Cebu. Also part of our panel is Ms. Mabel Grace Bacolod, Human Resource Head of Permex Producer and Exporter Corporation, a manufacturing company based in Zamboanga. The panel will be facilitated again by Mr. Marco de los Reyes of PBED. Marco, you may now have the floor again.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. So same format tayo as earlier. I'll ask our two panelists to provide their reactions, and then I'll have a few questions maybe to facilitate the flow of discussion. May I start with Mabel? I'd like to hear from you on your thoughts about the paper.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've as far as the presentation is concerned, there are some concerns that I would like to share or open that maybe it will help also the industry, like probably how we could encourage more people to consider training programs in the manufacturing sector, especially I am based in Zamboanga Peninsula. The canning industry here is, shall I say, has the holding the large number of employment since we are about 12 to 14 canning factories here. And I believe not all are open to accept training programs in manufacturing, especially for apprentices or for specifically for the NEET, as presented earlier, youth NEET. So maybe so we can encourage some more people, no, for the employer and the employees or the apprentices, especially particularly in incentives, giving incentives. Just like, for example, for DOLE program, I just like to cite an example. For DOLE programs, we are asked to yearly we provide a pledges. That is a special program for employment students. For the rate, so they can earn minimum wage, which is 316. We have the shared costs. So we give the 60% of the salary rate, then the 40% is shared by the DOLE, or the Department of Employment, Labor and Employment. So probably we could also adapt it for the apprentices. So they will be motivated. Of course, we know that money matters or monetary is really tool for them to be more motivated to join the training programs, because it's not only they're learning and able to have work, but also they're earning at the same time, because that's the purpose why they wanted to be trained and be employed. And other than that, also to share or open, probably we could give support, especially to the private sector or to the tech work institutions or some schools, so we can improve quality training in the city or in the country. We might need help how to design manufacturing training programs, because currently we have the training program for the food processing, but there are other skills that are hard to fill jobs, like operator in boiler, in some other plant that we have, but we don't have the training designs. That's why we cannot proceed or to accept some apprentices, because accordingly to the TESDA, we can only proceed for or accept apprentices or trainings if we have these training designs. Well, of course, as industry, we're focused on the running or working for the business for the specific jobs that we have, but honestly, we do not have the really the capacity to create or design a training for that particular skills. So I think that's one of the support that we might need, so that we can create a lot of training programs that is will be useful for the manufacturing. I think that's all.
Thank you very much, Mabel. And that's a good way to start, actually, to really show us and tell us the need of the private sector, of the manufacturing sector. And you mentioned about the need for a training design, and I guess it would be very proper to hear from Jessie from our technical education service provider. Jessie? Jessie, you're on mute.
All right. Can you hear me okay already?
Yes.
Okay, sige. Magandang tanghali sa lahat. Marco, when Lawrence and I were communicating about this activity, I asked mga three specific questions that I would like to answer, and I created an outline of those answers to those questions na sa tingin ko pasok na pasok doon sa presentation nila ni Mr. Corpus and Mr. Urbeta. Do we have time for like 6 to 8 minutes so that I can walk through my inputs to the paper?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Sige, maraming salamat for that, Marco. First of all, no, I am again Jesse Cobijano. I am based in Cebu. We are from an organization, a technical vocational institute called the School of Knowledge for Industrial Labor, Leadership and Service. We are committed to the training and certification of globally competent Filipino workers. And our organization skills exists really to address the three intertwined problems of poverty, talent shortage, and academic industry mismatch. So it's really a wonderful opportunity that PBED and TASDA gave us so that we could also share our insights. And also congratulations and thank you to Dr. Anicito Orbeta and Mr. John Corpus for the research that was presented earlier. So the first question that was raised to us in relation to the research was, what are the steps being done by your company or training institution to update your training programs to become more responsive to the current industry standards? And I would like to outline my answer to these questions in three. Number one, consultation. Number two is industry certification. And number three is digital learning. So I would first like to touch on consultation. A very important step for us to really update ourselves is we consistently engage with the industry and with the companies on the what curriculum or what requirements do we need to teach at Skills. In the case of Skills, we engage with the Primary Structures Corporation and the Cebu Contractors Association to ensure that the courses we offer are really both relevant to the industry and the trainees. And we review our offerings based on these consultations so that we are responsive to the needs and the requirements. And this consultation actually also enables us to really tweak or customize the training regulations based on the emerging processes and technologies of the companies. And this way, we ensure that our trainees are job ready and would have a fulfilling, productive life once they are at the workforce. The second item under the question is we really advocate industry certification. And when we say industry certification, it is our partnership with the private sector, in this case in particular, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, wherein we integrate construction education in as early as the high school, the senior high school curriculum. In the presentation of Dr. Orbeta earlier and Mr. Corpus earlier, you would notice there that construction is one of those courses which lowest in demand. But if you really look at the global perspective, construction trades remains as one of the most in demand competencies and skills in the industry. So what we do is, into the senior high school curriculum, under DepEd, we at Skills integrate plumbing in situ, masonry in situ, tile setting in situ, carpentry in situ, and our graduates, once they complete their TESDA NCs during their senior high school course, we endorse them to the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry to earn their industry certificate. And by having that industry certificate, they can now be called, they have a job title called the builder assistant. And it is really very important that if they have that builder assistant job title, it helps the company accelerate in its production. It helps the company to move fast in its production because it is able to maintain a fewer number of people, but with multi-skills. And it is also helpful to the company in terms of really managing its resources. From the perspective of the trainee, a multi-skilled person earns higher. there is job security for him or for her, and they could actually do entrepreneurship by taking on contracting jobs because of the many skills that individuals possess. And we're really advocating for that, for the institutions to really support multi-skilling rather than single skilling. And lastly, in the presentation earlier, digital learning was heavily emphasized. And when when we were having conversation about this program last year, we were still building our learning management system. And right now we are quite happy that it's now open to the public. It's called www.skills-ph.com. Wherein what we do here at the learning management system, we are enabling students, professionals, and even homeowners to access basic construction skills online, such as plumbing, tile setting, masonry, carpentry. And we are in fact quite happy that Habitat for Humanity supported us with this. And very recently, we presented the learning management system to the regional director of TESDA, Attorney Bido of Region 7. And we are looking forward to really scaling up the knowledge of the TVETs about the digital learning. And for that, so I'll try to wrap this up a bit. So that's the first item. The second question is, how can we encourage more people to consider training programs in the construction sector? And we're quite happy that in 2019, when we started our partnership with PBED actually introduced, enhanced our TVET curriculum with life skills. And so we're expanding it. And this year also, we were also once again very lucky that we are a partner of the US, again with USAID, under the Opportunity 2.0 program. And we are further expanding our TVET to include competencies and skills such as 21st century skills, work-based learning, peer mentoring, be your own boss, so that we are actually encouraging the youth to look at TVET as a very holistic an opportunity, because with TVET you both have the skills, and now we are expanding it so that you could really have a more fulfilling, productive life as an employee in a workplace, and even as an entrepreneur, if you are that kind of person who would like to pursue entrepreneurial skills. At skills, its inclusion is also very important to us. So when we say construction, we are not only limiting it to the men, but we have actually integrated women in the construction sector. And very recently, Plan International documented our experience in mainstreaming women in the construction industry, women who are operators of heavy equipment, women who are multi-skilled, maintaining buildings, because they possess different skills such as masonry, plumbing, electrical installation, and maintenance, among others. And here at the primary group, we also actually integrate the deaf into our program. And although it's still quite risky for the deaf to go into construction, but there are clerical or there are office tasks that the deaf can already start working on, and we were also able to do this in partnership with the Walandi Mission and the Link Center for the Deaf. So we're actually engaging parents, the youth, and the teachers to really help us advocate to the youth that construction is no longer the difficult, the dead end, the dangerous, and the dirty job that it once was, because there is a career path for it, there is a future for it. And in fact, TESDA's construction diploma in construction program is a good path for it. And you also have CHED's ITIA program, wherein students with industry experience could actually pursue civil engineering degree, recognizing their experience on the job to pursue higher learning. So there is a path for it. So lastly, how can the industry, what support do we need? What support does the industry need in order for really us to boost quality of training in our country? And our response to this is we really encourage our government to provide more incentives to construction companies who are investing in technical training to construction workers. companies like our group, Primary Structures Corporation, support the youth significantly. And these investments are in the form of allowances, accommodation, overall safety, and support of the on-the-job trainees. We also develop in-company trainers in order for the youth to have good mentors when they are in the workplace. And we commit ourselves really to dialogues and conversations like this because this is really very important for us to really communicate across that there are jobs here, there's a future here, there is security in the construction sector. And incentivizing these best practices would encourage more companies across various industries, not just construction, to integrate quality training in their long-term plans of the different companies and enterprises. So I guess that's it. Thank you very much to TESDA and to PBED and to the researchers of Dr. Anisito and Mr. Corpus for your contribution to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesse. As always, you provide valuable insights. At this point, I'd like to ask Dr. Orbeta or JP a reaction to the reactors. Since I gathered that, for example, Mabel presented their perspective that there are hard to fill jobs, but that they are required to have training design, and there's no training design there. And on the other hand, Jesse mentioned about industry certification, providing industry more room to play in this field of training provision. I'd like to ask Dr. Babes what do you think about that idea of giving industry more responsibility and accountability in the provision of training and standards? Would that at least solve a part of these concerns that were raised?
Yeah, I think I always believe that the best people who know what training needs are is the industry. So, like for example, for Ms. Mabel, who mentioned that they don't have capacity, so perhaps TESDA can find a training institute that would provide the training for them, but co-designed. I think the best training should be co-designed with the practitioner, because the practitioner knows what they need, but they may not have the capacity to design training because that's not their job. As I mentioned clearly, the job is to run their factories. So that's so basically training design is not one, or maybe they don't have a training designer indeed. So I think for government can come into trying to find a match of the needs of the industry and find a training institution that can provide a design, and that should always be a interaction between the doers and the trainers, because that's very important in training, and there are idiosyncrasies of the factory itself, so that can be incorporated into the training. So those kinds of things, I think the government or NGOs can provide the matching and so that a relationship can be forged and have. Yeah. I think what's the other question? I forgot the other question.
No, I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been nudged again by our hosts. I understand that we are well into your lunch break. So I guess I'll go to just one question, which I will ask both to Jesse and Mabel. And the topic and the title rather of our forum is really a pivot, right? A pivot from the context that we are right now during the pandemic. But I'm curious, what pivot are you going to do now, given that restrictions are easing up, cases are going down? Are there any practices in training provision that you did during the pandemic, which you will carry over now that we are entering the new normal? Maybe we can start with you, Jesse.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier, one of the pivots that we observe is really digital learning. But of course, for now, the learning management system can only do so much in terms of really providing the basics. But ultimately, face-to-face is really required because we need to demonstrate the skills and the competencies, and that can only really be done by really hands-on experience. So Fortunately, in Cebu, we had an MECQ over August, but the rest of the time this year, we were already able to have face-to-face classes, observing, of course, protocols, like safety protocols. So we were able to pursue that. One of the challenges we really had to face was we are attracting the youth, out-of-school youth in particular, and a lot has changed in terms of values and disciplines and behaviors over the past year because of the pandemic. And I mean, face-to-face classes, classroom classes is really very strange already. And we actually felt that when we had a cohort that started in July, wherein we started off, finally we had a face-to-face, and we started off with a typical lecture. And the students are having difficulty adjusting to the face-to-face, and in fact a lot of them did not go back the following day. so one of the pivots that we actually did for that was the next cohort for that program. We really introduced it with a team building activity and a personal development activity. We did not kick it off right away with the very academic and very technical journey, but we really started with the self. What are your goals and your dreams? How can you establish friendship and teamwork with your fellow trainees? Because we have to set them back to a mindset of helplessness and hopelessness. We have to put them back on track that we are trying to move on, and we have these opportunities for you, but ultimately these opportunities would only work if you would regain confidence in yourself, and you would regain the trust you have with your family members, with your classmates, with your professors. So we had to kick off with that very personal activity so that the remaining days, weeks, and months of trainings will really be more anchored and really be more purposive, and will really be goal-driven.
I absolutely agree kasi yung anxiety ba, di ba, nababalik
Yeah.
sa face-to-face. How about you, Mabel, on your in your company and in the industry, any pivots that you will carry on as we enter the new normal now that we have, or we are allowed to do face-to-face trainings and classes?
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
For the company, there's no changes or new normal since it started, or we're used to it. There are just some amendments in terms of how to prevent and control the COVID. However, of course, but we would like to, of course, the policy of the company is always encouraging the employees or
Mabel, are you still here? I don't hear her now. Anyway, I guess is she still here, Mabel? Okay, she got disconnected. Thank you very much. So I guess I won't prolong the lunch of everyone. I'd like to thank our panelists, Jessie and Mabel, and our presenters, Doc Babes and JP. I bring the floor back to our hosts.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Jesse, Ms. Mabel, and Marco for sharing your feedback regarding the second PID study. Thanks again, everyone, for staying. Just a recap, we are now done with 4 research presentations this morning. And to give us ample time to recharge for the rest of presentations, we shall have our lunch break for an hour. We shall see each other at 1:30 p.m. po. Have a good lunch, everyone.
Hello, Sir Lawrence. Okay, I hope the participants are still here. So please stand by. I hope we will still see you this afternoon because we will be presenting the technology researches naman. Have a good lunch po.
Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA ang iyong probinsya. nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA, ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA, ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkat aming abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan
When you give a man fish, he lives by the day. But when you teach him how to fish, he lives for a lifetime. And when you say teach, that is training. And when it is training, that is TESDA. Ang purpose ng pag-train is para magkaroon ng trabaho. That's why we partner with, for example, ang DTI. So sila may mga regulatory function over industries. Yung mga industries na yan, sila naman ngayon ang aming kinaka-partner when it comes sa need nila. That's where we are going to train people. Para pagkatapos ng training, malaki ang percentage ng employment. That's called matching din. It is based on the industry needs. Wala namang trabaho na naibibigay na kung hindi mo alam. Kailangan i-train ka muna. Ang ideal na scholar ng TESDA, I would say, yung nangangailangan ng trabaho. Marami dyan ang hindi maka-afford ng college education. Meron na tayong tinatawag na lateralized diploma course. Hindi sila nagiging either. So, that is the option na ibinibigay ng gobyerno sa kanila na hindi dahil sa kahirapan ay hindi na sila magkakaroon ng magandang future. We have that opportunity sa ating kababayan. Another important sectors, ito yung nabibigyan lang ng mga OFW, yung mga IPs natin. Ganon din yung mga former rebels. We still attend to them. Bigyan namin sila ng training para magkaroon sila ng trabaho at hindi na nila maisip pa yung bumalik sa pagiging NPA dahil kasi meron na silang magandang kabuhayan. Our door is open sa lahat para magkaroon sila ng opportunity na magkaroon ng training at magkaroon sila ng livelihood after. At pag meron kami nga na-train para magkaroon ng trabaho, nababawasan ang unemployed natin sa ating bansa and that practically addresses yung problema sa poverty. It has an effect proportionate to the improvement naman ng ating peace and order. Before, we were concentrated dito sa mga training centers. Ngayon, mas marami naman yung nangangailangan sa bukid na hindi makapunta dito sa mga syudad. So, we came up with a guiding principle which we now have as a slogan, TESDA abot lahat. Para mailagay sa isip, ang puso at sa gagawa na ang siniservisyon namin ay mga mamayang Pilipino na nangangailangan ng training assistance at ito ay bibigay namin sa kanila kung saan man sila naroon. Hindi yung sila ang pupunta pa sa mga training facilities natin. In the field right now, we organize yung provincial training teams. Pumupunta yan doon. Kahit na walang sasakyan, they collaborate with other agencies na may mga sasakyan. They look for a way to be able to go there. When I assumed as the Director General of TESDA, I immediately went around after assumption at nakita ko yung sitwasyon ng ating mga provincial offices, regional training centers. It needs a lot of improvement, saka upgrading, modernization. Ito ngayon yung mga ginagawa namin, prioritizing yung ating mga training centers sa pagbibigay ng scholarship program para from there they can improve yung kanilang mga training facilities para may marating ang serbisyo ng TESDA sa lahat ng ating mga kababayan, including those who are in the far-flung areas, sa mga barangays natin. Now, I have a good grasp of what TESDA is. Lahat ng mga dapat na kailangan gawin na para mapabuti ang pagserbisyo ng TESDA ay ginagawa ngayon ng TESDA. Ito ang nakikita ngayon ninyo sa TESDA. When you give a man fish, he lives by the day. But when you teach him how to fish, he lives for a lifetime. And when you say teach, that is training. And when it is training, that is TESDA. Ang purpose ng pag-train is para magkaroon ng trabaho. That's why we partner with, for example, ang DTI. So sila may mga regulatory function over industries. Yung mga industries na yan, sila naman ngayon ang aming kinaka-partner when it comes sa need nila. That's where we are going to train people. Para pagkatapos ng training, malaki ang percentage ng employment. That's called matching din. It is based on the industry needs. Wala namang trabaho na naibibigay na kung hindi mo alam. Kailangan i-train ka muna. Ang ideal na scholar ng TESDA, I would say, yung nangangailangan ng trabaho. Marami dyan ang hindi maka-afford ng college education. Meron na tayong tinatawag na lateralized diploma course. Hindi sila nagiging either. So, that is the option na ibinibigay ng gobyerno sa kanila na hindi dahil sa kahirapan ay hindi na sila magkakaroon ng magandang future. We have that opportunity sa ating kababayan. Another important sectors, ito yung nabibigyan langan ng mga OFW, yung mga IPs natin. Ganon din yung mga former rebels. We still attend to them. Bigyan namin sila ng training para magkaroon sila ng trabaho at hindi na nila maisip pa yung bumalik sa pagiging NPA dahil kasi meron na silang magandang kabuhayan. Our door is open sa lahat para magkaroon sila ng opportunity na magkaroon ng training at magkaroon sila ng livelihood after. At pag meron kami nga na-train para magkaroon ng trabaho, nababawasan ang unemployed natin sa ating bansa and that practically addresses yung problema sa poverty. It has an effect proportionate to the improvement naman ng ating peace and order. Before, we were concentrated dito sa mga training centers. Ngayon, mas marami naman yung nangangailangan sa bukid na hindi makapunta dito sa mga syudad. So, we came up with a guiding principle which we now have as a slogan, TESDA abot lahat. Para mailagay sa isip, ang puso at sa gagawa na ang siniservisyon namin ay mga mamayang Pilipino na nangangailangan ng training assistance at ito ay bibigay namin sa kanila kung saan man sila naroon. Hindi yung sila ang pupunta pa sa mga training facilities natin. In the field right now, we organize yung provincial training teams. Pumupunta yan doon. Kahit na walang sasakyan, they collaborate with other agencies na may mga sasakyan. They look for a way to be able to go that. When I assumed as the Director General of TESDA, I immediately went around after assumption at nakita ko yung sitwasyon ng ating mga provincial offices, regional training centers. It needs a lot of improvement, saka upgrading, modernization. Ito ngayon yung mga ginagawa namin, prioritizing yung ating mga training centers sa pagbibigay ng scholarship program para from there they can improve yung kanilang mga training facilities para may marating ang serbisyo ng TESDA sa lahat ng ating mga kababayan, including those who are in the far-flung areas, sa mga barangays natin. Now, I have a good grasp of what TESDA is. Lahat ng mga dapat na kailangan gawin na para mapabuti ang pagserbisyo ng TESDA ay ginagawa ngayon ng TESDA. Ito ang nakikita ngayon ninyo sa TESDA. When you give a man fish, he lives by the day. But when you teach him how to fish, he lives for a lifetime. And when you say teach, that is training. And when it is training, that is TESDA. Ang purpose ng pag-train is para magkaroon ng trabaho. That's why we partner with, for example, ang DTI. So sila may mga regulatory function over industries. Yung mga industries na yan, sila naman ngayon ang aming kinakapartner when it comes sa need nila. That's where we are going to train people. Para pagkatapos ng training, malaki ang percentage ng employment. That's called matching din. It is based on the industry needs. Wala namang trabaho na naibibigay na kung hindi mo alam. Kailangan i-train ka muna. Ang ideal na scholar ng TESDA, I would say, yung nangangailangan ng trabaho. Marami dyan ang hindi maka-afford ng college education. Meron na tayong tinatawag na lateralized diploma course. Hindi sila nagiging either. So, that is the na ibinibigay ng gobyerno sa kanila na hindi dahil sa kahirapan ay hindi na sila magkakaroon ng magandang future. We have that opportunity sa ating kababayan. Another important sectors, ito yung nabibigyan langan ng mga OFW, yung mga IPs natin. Ganon din yung mga former rebels. We still attend to them. Bigyan namin sila ng training para magkaroon sila ng trabaho at hindi na nila maisip pa yung bumalik sa pagiging NPA dahil kasi meron na silang magandang kabuhayan. Our door is open sa lahat para magkaroon sila ng opportunity na magkaroon ng training at magkaroon sila ng livelihood after. At pag meron kami nga na-train para magkaroon ng trabaho, nababawasan ang unemployed natin sa ating bansa and that practically addresses yung problema sa poverty. It has an effect proportionate to the improvement naman ng ating peace and order. Before, we were concentrated dito sa mga training centers. Ngayon, mas marami naman yung nangangailangan sa bukid na hindi makapunta dito sa mga syudad. So, we came up with a guiding principle which we now have as a slogan, TESDA abot lahat. Para mailagay sa isip, ang puso at sa gagawa na ang siniservisyon namin ay mga mamayang Pilipino na nangangailangan ng training assistance at ito ay bibigay namin sa kanila kung saan man sila naroon. Hindi yung sila ang pupunta pa sa mga training facilities natin. In the field right now, we organize yung mga provincial training teams. Pumupunta yan doon. Kahit na walang sasakyan, they collaborate with other agencies na may mga sasakyan. They look for a way to be able to go that. When I assume as the Director General of TESDA, I immediately went around after assumption at nakita ko yung sitwasyon ng ating mga provincial offices, regional training centers. It needs a lot of improvement, saka upgrading, modernization. Ito ngayon yung mga ginagawa namin, prioritizing yung ating mga training centers sa pagbibigay ng scholarship program para from there they can improve yung kanilang mga training facilities para may marating ang serbisyo ng TESDA sa lahat ng ating mga kababayan, including those who are in the far-flung areas, sa mga barangays natin. Now, I have a good grasp of what TESDA is. Lahat ng mga dapat na kailangan gawin na para mapabuti ang pagserbisyo ng TESDA ay ginagawa ngayon ng TESDA. Ito ang nakikita ngayon ninyo sa TESDA.
Bata pa lang ako, mulat na ako sa kahirapan ng buhay. Ninais kong magkolehiyo noon. Subalit, lahat ng mga kapatid ko ay pawang nag-aaral. Kaya minabuti ko munang magtrabaho sa construction. Doon ko naranasan ang sobrang pagod sa murang edad. Sumagi sa isip ko, bakit hindi ako mag-enroll sa TESDA Regional Training Center, Corfield, Davao matapos ang kurso ko sa TESDA. Naging regular at na-promote ako after 2 years bilang isang production shift supervisor. Ako po si Ryan Java Cordova, 25 years old, nakapagtapos ng Industrial Automation and Mechatronics NC3 sa Corfield, Davao.
Sa pagdating ng pandemyang COVID-19, libo-libo ang nawalan ng kabuhayan at trabaho. Idagdag pa riyan ang mga negosyong napilitang magsara sa gitna ng pandemya. Ang iba naman tulad ni Ryan Cordova ay patuloy na umaasenso dahil sa kanyang skills. Sa kasalukuyan, siya ay nasa Singapore na bilang lead engineer in industrial automation and product expert. Isa lamang si Ryan sa nagpapatunay kung paano nakatulong ang TESDA upang magkaroon ng maayos at matatag na trabaho. Ngunit hindi lahat tulad ni Ryan na may kakayahang harapin ang hamon na hatid ng pandemya. Kaya naman higit na pinaigting ng TESDA ang pagtugon sa problemang ito.
Mahalaga ang diskarte at abilidad sa buhay lalo na ngayong may krisis. Kaya naman ang TESDA may iba't ibang training programs.
Agad ring binuo ng pamahalaan ang task group ng National Economic Recovery Strategies o NERS na pinangungunahan ng Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Trade and Industry at ng Technical Education and Skills Development Authority upang makatulong sa pagbangon ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Isa sa mga isinusulong na estratehiya ng NERS ay ang pagsasanay sa ating mga kababayan na lubhang naapektuhan ng pandemya. Kaya naman bahagi ng commitment ng TESDA sa NERS ay ang pagpapatupad ng iba't ibang scholarship programs tulad ng STEP, TWSP, UWACTEA, at PESFA. At ngayon ay kabilang na rin ang bagong programa ng TESDA, ang Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Batay ito sa Republic Act 11230 o ang Tulong Trabaho Act. Para sa taong ito, humigit sa 40,000 scholarship grants ang nakalaan para sa ating mga manggagawa.
Ang Tulong Trabaho Fund na inilagak po natin sa TESDA ay pondo. Pondo sa paglikha ng trabaho para sa manggagawang Pilipino.
Bukod sa libreng training at assessment, ang ating mga scholars ay makakatanggap ng training allowance at karagdagang allowance para sa mga learning materials, internet at personal protective equipment, kasama na din ang insurance. Sa ilalim ng Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program, mas paghuhusayin ang mga pagsasanay para maihanda ang mga manggagawang Pinoy sa iba't ibang klase ng industriya at hanap buhay. Kasama riyan ang training sa mechatronics, animation at drone technology. Tututukan rin ang mga mas matataas na level ng pagsasanay sa tulong ng mga training institutions at partner na kumpanya. Kaagapay din natin ang iba't ibang industriya upang ganap na maisulong ang tulong trabaho para sa mga manggagawang Pilipino.
Kailangan tayong humanap ng trabaho na hindi magagawa ng mabuti ng mga makina.
Kaya kami sa Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or PCCI, ay may kasunduan sa TESDA na magtatag ng bago magtrabahong edukasyon at pagsasanay.
With the help of programs such as Wooden Spoon Business Incubation Center, free webinars on our Facebook page, and bakery management training and consultations, umaasa kaming makakatulong ito para mas mapalago ang negosyo ng ating mga bakers at mabigyan ng oportunidad ang ibang sektor para mapabuti ang kani-kanilang buhay.
Marami na tayong mga kababayang naging matagumpay dahil sa kanilang natutunang technical at vocational skills sa TESDA. Patunay na noon pa man, ang TESDA ay kaagapay na ng mga manggagawang Pilipino sa pag-unlad. Kaya naman, hinihikayat ko ang ating mga kababayan na mag-enroll sa scholarship programs ng TESDA. Kasama na ang ating bagong programa, ang Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Sa ilalim ng bagong programang ito, malawakan nating ipapatupad ang retooling at upskilling ng mga manggagawang Pilipino, lalo na ang mga nawalan ng trabaho sanhi ng pandemya. Bilang paghanda sa Fourth Industrial Revolution, ang ating mga manggagawang Pinoy ay sasanayin sa 21st century skills at iba pang higher level skills na tutugon sa pangangailangan ng mga industriya at teknolohiya. Maging ang mga kumpanya at industriyang naapektuhan ng pandemya ay kasama sa prioridad na Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Alam natin na kahit na anumang trabaho o livelihood, kailangan ng skills o kasanayan. Handa ang TESDA na mabigyan kayo ng tama at akmang pagsasanay lalo na sa panahong ito. Kakayanin natin ito. Sama-sama tayo sa pagbangon mula sa pandemya.
Eto si Dali, isang skilled worker. Magaling at mahilig maglinis yan.
Lahat naman dapat naglilinis ng paligid, lalo na sa trabaho.
Isa pala siyang masipag na empleyado na galit sa dumi. At marunong mag-welding?
Tama.
Kakaiba. Sipag! Lakas!
Certified lang naman ako sa shielded metal, gas metal, flux cord, at gas tungsten arc welding.
Dami ah!
At dahil sa skills ko, kaya kong suportahan ang pamilya ko.
Oo nga naman. Eto si Dali, isang lodi. Siya'y babae na expert welder. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan. Eto si Ombe, isang unemployed high school graduate. Dedicated yan. Dedicated sa cellphone.
Hindi naman po.
Hindi pala. Ano ba kasi yan?
Group project para sa textbook training ko. Pinaghihirapan ko yan.
Dedicated pala si Ombet sa course niyang Hotel and Restaurant Services.
Kahit hindi pa ako nag-college, okay to. Kasi ang skills dito, pwede agad sa trabaho.
Uy! Ayos Ombet.
Salamat bro. Proud ako dahil may skills na ako.
Good job! Eto si Ombet, Sa training, malupit. Bet na magiging isang model employee. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan. Kayo ba ang star candidates na hinahanap ng mga employer? Yung masisipag sa trabaho. At tuwing may pagsubok, di sumusuko. Dahil matatag ang loob. Kung may problema, susolusyonan. Dahil kayo'y maparaan. Kusang tumutulong. Sa teamwork, maaasahan. Dahil marunong makisama. Kayo ba yun? Halika na! Pag may mabuting ugali at skills na puhunan, maganda ang kinabukasan. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan!
Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan at sa kabundukan, magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA, ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay. Kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino. Sa may kanayunan nandyan na kaibigan, abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Ika'y mangarap kahit na mahirap, kung tagumpay ang iyong hanap. Magsanay ka at huwag mong sayangin panahon mo, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, ang iyong probinsya. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan na kaibigan. Abot ng TESDA, iyong probinsya. Abot ng TESDA, ang Pilipinas. Kung hirap ka sa iyong buhay, salat sa kita, laging matamlay, kami narito, handang umalalay. Tumawag ka lang, aming kaibigan. Pagkataning abot lahat, mamanggagawang Pilipino, sa may kanayunan at sa kahundukan. Magparamdam ka lang, kami nandyan.
How to fish, he lives for a lifetime. And when you say teach, that is training. And when it is training, that is TESDA. Ang purpose ng pag-train is para magkaroon ng trabaho. That's why we partner with, for example, ang DTI. So sila may mga regulatory function over industries. Yung mga industries na yan, sila naman ngayon ang aming kinaka-partner when it comes sa need nila. That's where we are going to train people. Para pagkatapos ng training, malaki ang percentage ng employment. That's called matching din. It is based on the industry needs. Wala namang trabaho na naibibigay na kung hindi mo alam. Kailangan i-train ka muna. Ang ideal na scholar ng TESDA, I would say, yung nangangailangan ng trabaho. Marami dyan ang hindi maka-afford ng college education. Meron na tayong tinatawag na lateralized diploma course. Hindi sila nagiging idle. So, that is the option na ibinibigay ng gobyerno sa kanila na hindi dahil sa kahirapan ay hindi na sila magkakaroon ng magandang future. We have that opportunity sa ating kababayan. Another important sectors, ito yung nabibigyan langan ng mga OFW, yung mga IPs natin. Ganon din yung mga mga former rebels, we still attend to them. Bigyan namin sila ng training para magkaroon sila ng trabaho at hindi na nila maisip pa yung bumalik sa pagiging NPA dahil kasi meron na silang magandang kabuhayan. Our door is open sa lahat para magkaroon sila ng opportunity na magkaroon ng training at magkaroon sila ng livelihood after. At pag meron kami nga na-train para magkaroon ng trabaho, nababawasan ang unemployed natin sa ating bansa, and that practically addresses yung problema sa poverty. It has an effect proportionate to the improvement naman ng ating peace and order. Before, we were concentrated dito sa mga training centers. Ngayon, mas marami naman yung nangangailangan sa bukid na hindi makapunta dito sa mga syudad. So, we came up with a guiding principle which we now have as a slogan, TESDA abot lahat. Para mailagay sa isip, ang puso at sa gagawa na ang siniservisyon namin ay mga mamayang Pilipino na nangangailangan ng training assistance at ito ay bibigay namin sa kanila kung saan man sila naroon. Hindi yung sila ang pupunta pa sa mga training facilities natin. In the field right now, we organize yung mga provincial training teams. Pumupunta yan doon. Kahit na walang sasakyan, they collaborate with other agencies na may mga sasakyan. They look for a way to be able to go that. When I assume as the Director General of TESDA, I immediately went around after assumption at nakita ko yung sitwasyon ng ating mga provincial offices, regional training centers. It needs a lot of improvement, saka upgrading, modernization. Ito ngayon yung mga ginagawa namin, prioritizing yung ating mga training centers sa pagbibigay ng scholarship program para from there they can improve yung kanilang mga training facilities para may marating ang serbisyo ng TESDA sa lahat ng ating mga kababayan, including those who are in the far-flung areas, sa mga barangays natin. Now, I have a good grasp of what TESDA is. Lahat ng mga dapat na kailangan gawin na para mapabuti ang pagserbisyo ng TESDA ay ginagawa ngayon ng TESDA. Ito ang nakikita ngayon ninyo sa TESDA.
Bata pa lang ako, mulat na ako sa kahirapan ng buhay. Inais kong magkolehiyo noon. Subalit, lahat ng mga kapatid ko ay pawang nag-aaral. Kaya minabuti ko munang magtrabaho sa construction. Doon ko naranasan ang sobrang pagod sa murang edad. Sumagi sa isip ko, bakit hindi ako mag-enroll sa TESDA Regional Training Center, Corfield, Davao matapos ang kurso ko sa TESDA. Naging regular at na-promote ako after 2 years bilang isang production shift supervisor. Ako po si Ryan Java Cordova, 25 years old, nakapagtapos ng Industrial Automation and Mechatronics NC3 sa Corfield, Davao.
Sa pagdating ng pandemyang COVID-19, libo-libo ang nawalan ng kabuhayan at trabaho. Idagdag pa riyan ang mga negosyong napilitang magsara sa gitna ng pandemya. Ang iba naman tulad ni Ryan Cordova ay patuloy na umaasenso dahil sa kanyang skills. Sa kasalukuyan, siya ay nasa Singapore na bilang Lead Engineer in Industrial Automation and Product Expert. Isa lamang si Ryan sa nagpapatunay kung paano nakatulong ang TESDA upang magkaroon ng maayos at matatag na trabaho. Ngunit hindi lahat tulad ni Ryan na may kakayahang harapin ang hamon na hatid ng pandemya. Kaya naman higit na pinaigting ng TESDA ang pagtugon sa problemang ito.
Mahalaga ang diskarte at abilidad sa buhay lalo na ngayong may krisis. Kaya naman ang TESDA may iba't ibang training programs.
Agad ring binuo ng pamahalaan ang task group ng National Economic Recovery Strategies o NERS na pinangungunahan ng Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Trade and Industry at ng Technical Education and Skills Development Authority upang makatulong sa pagbangon ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Isa sa mga isinusulong na estratehiya ng NERS ay ang pagsasanay sa ating mga kababayan na lubhang naapektuhan ng pandemya. Kaya naman bahagi ng commitment ng TESDA sa NERS ay ang pagpapatupad ng iba't ibang scholarship programs tulad ng STEP, TWSP, UWACTEA, at PESFA. At ngayon ay kabilang na rin ang bagong programa ng TESDA, ang Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Batay ito sa Republic Act 11230 o ang Tulong Trabaho Act. Para sa taong ito, humigit sa 40,000 scholarship grants ang nakalaan para sa ating mga manggagawa.
Ang Tulong Trabaho Fund na inilagak po natin sa TESDA ay pondo. Pondo sa paglikha ng trabaho para sa manggagawang Pilipino.
Bukod sa libreng training at assessment, ang ating mga scholars ay makakatanggap ng training allowance at karagdagang allowance para sa mga learning materials, internet at personal protective equipment, kasama na din ang insurance. Sa ilalim ng Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program, mas paghuhusayin ang mga pagsasanay para maihanda ang mga manggagawang Pinoy sa iba't ibang klase ng industriya at hanap buhay. Kasama riyan ang training sa mechatronics, animation at drone technology. Tututukan rin ang mga mas matataas na level ng pagsasanay sa tulong ng mga training institutions at partner na kumpanya. Kaagapay din natin ang iba't ibang industriya upang ganap na maisulong ang tulong trabaho para sa mga manggagawang Pilipino.
Kailangan tayong humanap ng trabaho na hindi magagawa ng mabuti ng mga makina. Kaya kami sa Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry or PCCI ay may kasunduan sa TESDA na magtatag ng bago magtrabahong edukasyon at pagsasanay.
With the help of programs such as Wooden Spoon Business Incubation Center, free webinars on our Facebook page, and bakery management training and consultations, umaasa kaming makakatulong ito para mas mapalago ang negosyo ng ating mga bakers at mabigyan ng oportunidad ang ibang sektor para mapabuti ang kani-kanilang buhay.
Marami na tayong mga kababayang naging matagumpay dahil sa kanilang natutunang technical at vocational skills sa TESDA. Patunay na noon pa man, ang TESDA ay kaagapay na ng mga manggagawang Pilipino sa pag-unlad. Kaya naman, hinihikayat ko ang ating mga kababayan na mag-enroll sa scholarship programs ng TESDA. Kasama na ang ating bagong programa, ang Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Sa ilalim ng bagong programang ito, malawakan nating ipapatupad ang retooling at upskilling ng mga manggagawang Pilipino, lalo na ang mga nawalan ng trabaho sanhi ng pandemya. Bilang paghanda sa 4th Industrial Revolution, ang ating mga manggagawang Pinoy ay sasanayin sa 21st century skills at iba pang higher level skills na tutugon sa pangangailangan ng mga industriya at teknolohiya. Maging ang mga kumpanya at industriyang naapektuhan ng pandemya ay kasama sa prioridad na Tulong Trabaho Scholarship Program. Alam natin na kahit na anumang trabaho o livelihood, kailangan ng skills o kasanayan. Handa ang TESDA na mabigyan kayo ng tama at akmang pagsasanay lalo na sa panahong ito. Kakayanin natin ito. Sama-sama tayo sa pagbangon mula sa pandemya.
Eto si Dali, isang skilled worker. Magaling at mahilig maglinis yan.
Lahat naman dapat naglilinis ng paligid, lalo na sa trabaho.
Isa pala siyang masipag na empleyado na galit sa dumi. At marunong mag-welding?
Tama.
Kakaiba. Sipag! Lakas!
Certified lang naman ako sa shielded metal, gas metal, flux cord, at gas tungsten arc welding.
Dami ah!
At dahil sa skills ko, kaya kong suportahan ng pamilya ko.
Oo nga naman. Eto si Dolly, isang lodi. Siya'y babae na expert welder. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan. Eto si Ombe, isang unemployed high school graduate. Dedicated yan. Dedicated sa cellphone.
Hindi naman po.
Ah, hindi pala. Ano ba kasi yan?
Group project para sa textbook training ko. Pinaghihirapan ko yan.
Ah, dedicated pala si Ombet sa course niyang Hotel and Restaurant Services.
Kahit hindi pa ako nag-college, okay to. Kasi ang skills dito, pwede agad sa trabaho.
Uy! Ayos ah, Ombet.
Salamat bro. Proud ako dahil may skills na ako.
Good job! Eto si Ombet. Sa training, malupit. Bet na magiging isang model employee. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan. Kayo ba ang star candidates na hinahanap ng mga employer? Yung masisipag sa trabaho. At tuwing may pagsubok, di sumusuko. Dahil matatag ang loob. Kung may problema, susolusyonan. Dahil kayo'y maparaan. Kusang tumutulong. Sa teamwork, maaasahan. Dahil marunong makisama. Kayo ba yon? Halika na! Pag may mabuting ugali at skills na puhunan, maganda ang kinabukasan. Pag may kakayahan, hired na yan!
Good afternoon po. May I remind you once again of your naming convention. Please change it to your institution first and then your first name and last name. And also do not forget to submit your attendance sheet and right after this conference, the program evaluation form. So good afternoon po sa ating lahat. We hope you all had a good lunch and are more energized for this afternoon session. Before we jump into the presentations proper, once again, we shall have a Menti poll. So I'd like to appeal to your attention and active participation by going to menti.com and enter the code 111123158 or click the link posted in the chat box. We will be using this Menti poll to answer the question, where will research take TVET? Again, the question is, where will research take TVET? Ayan, may mga responses na tayo, Sir Lawrence. Nababasa mo ba?
Yes,
Some
where will
answered.
research take TVET? Efficiency, excellence, quality, to be globally competent, towards more informed decisions, especially sa mga policies that we wanted to push for. Yeah, gives informed direction. I think meron pa sa baba. Yeah, quality of services, examining the NTESD plan towards Industry 4.0, improvement of services by TESDA, innovation, again, policies. Yeah, so we're getting many responses on and positive response as to how research will propel TVET towards a direction. So,
Thank you, Sir Lawrence. Yan, and those are really big words such as success and efficiency, quality. So that is what we really hope for. What else? Somebody answered to the sector who really need it the most, especially the critical sector. Higher level of industry training delivery, institutional development, remote areas, quality researchers, quality service, and strong government academic industry partnership.
yeah, ang daming nag-participate sa atin ngayon. And we're still around 280 attendees today. So I hope na makabalik pa po yung mga nag-lunch kanina sa after ng morning session. Alex?
Okay, so thank you very much for participating in our Menti Poll. We already had a productive morning. We had 4 presentations for policy research papers. The first part, 2 under the NTRA policy research. The first one is a study to accelerate participation of TBIs in the STAR rating system, followed by the key drivers of employability of TVET women graduates, and 2 studies under the partnership of PBED and TESDA. Those discussion papers, who are the youth need in the Philippines today, and the profile of training and skilling programs in the Philippines.
Yes. This morning, we heard 2 policy researches conducted under the National TESD Research Agenda, the first 2 presentations. Other than policy research, the NTRA also covers technology research. This technology research refers to applied research focused on studying new, advanced, and emerging technology that would eventually lead to innovation and development of solutions that can aid TVET instructional delivery. We now proceed with the third set of research presenters under the NTRA technology research. For the 5th research presentation, the first presenter is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communications Engineering and one of instructors for Electrical Installation and Maintenance NC2 or EIM NC2 of TESDA Pangasinan School of Arts and Trades. Together with him is a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English, with Master of Education, major in Technology and Livelihood Education. Let us all welcome Mr. Teodoro Padlan and Ms. Maria Carmela Marquez. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po. May we request the Secretariat to please share our AVP?
According to Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it's done.
With humble pride, allow us to present to you the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Pangasinan School of Arts and Trades Technology Research entitled EIM NC2 Integrated Control System Mockup, our gateway to competent trainees, training, and home improvement industry.
With Chodoro L. Padlan as the proponent,
and Maria Carmela S. Marquez as the co-proponent and voiceover of this audiovisual presentation.
in collaboration with Fernando D. Guarin Jr. for the research manuscript and voiceover of this AVP.
Under the exceptional leadership of its Vocational School Superintendent 1 and TASDA Pangasinan's Acting Provincial Director, Dr. Rosa Pion Talan.
The inspiration behind this research is to create an electrical installation and maintenance national certificate 2 integrated control system mock-up to ensure excellent technical vocational training delivery geared towards producing globally competent graduates who can eventually become assets to the home improvement industry. Moreover, to the fast-changing global workplace.
One of the key points of this research is the challenge of having limited EIM NC2 training devices that the trainees can utilize to facilitate learning, which may result to skills gap that can highly affect their future employability.
Specifically, the mock-up features the following integrated components:
Fire alarm control panel system,
electrical wiring system,
and closed-circuit television and security access control system.
Moreover, its portable design also includes the 3 core competencies of EIM NC2 as follow.
Perform roughing-in activities, wiring and cabling works for single-phase distribution, power, lighting, and auxiliary systems.
Install electrical protective devices for distribution, power, lighting, auxiliary, lightning protection, and grounding systems.
And install wiring devices of floor and wall-mounted outlets, lighting fixtures or switches, and auxiliary outlets.
The creation of a viable mock-up enabled the trainees to master the skills needed to secure jobs and also to provide services, particularly in the fast-rising home improvement industry, which can also contribute to the institution's income-generating project in the long run.
Indeed, the mock-up presents a promising way of elevating the learning experiences of TASDA PISAT's trainees. And by doing so, they are not only assured of having a lifelong quality training, but they are also armed with the confidence to see the world in a better perspective, simply by knowing that their bright future is just right at their fingertips with TASDA. Guided by TASDA Director General, Secretary Isidro S. La Peñas, TASDA Abot Lahat Advocacy.
Today po sa ating lahat, nandito po tayo for the actual demonstration of my mock-up. So, I am Teodoro L. Padlan from TESDA PISAT. So, ito po yung aking mock-up. System integration ng ating basic electrical household with the integration of other auxiliary devices. So, this was made possible with the efforts of, syempre, yung aking mga kasamahan at yung aking mga trusted graduate ng EIM NC2, which is John Dave and Andrew. Okay? So sila po yung aking mga kasama na tumulong sa pag-assemble ng ating mock-up. Okay? So paano po ba ito gumagana? So we have 3 parts. This one is for the basic household electrical circuit. Okay, so ang integration po natin dito is the fire alarm system. Yan po. So, dito po sa isang side ay yung ating CCTV and access control, which are all part ng ating household. Okay? So, i-demonstrate ko po kung paano po ito gumagana. So, siyempre, unahin natin yung ating basic household electrical wiring system. Okay? So we have here our meter base. We have our panel na magsusupply para sa lahat ng ating panels. Okay? So for this demonstration, I will ask for the assistance of my trusted students. Okay? So unahin natin yung ating ilaw. Okay? So unang-una po, we have our main panel here. So isi-switch po natin yan. And we will so for our first part of the mock-up is the electrical wiring system ng ating household. So makikita po natin, ito po yung typical setup. We have 3 bulbs here. So bag A and C are connected in parallel, which is powered by our three-way switch. And we have a one-way system dito, which is powered by a single pole switch. So titingnan natin kung gumagana siya. Ayan. So makikita natin yung switch A and switch B. And we have our one-way switch. Yan po yung ating ilaw. Okay? Then we have here our outlets. Meron po tayo dito outlet wherein naglagay po tayo ng GFCI for first and the last part ng ating electrical outlet. So, dito makikita natin ang purpose ng ating GFCI. So, ito po yung nagsisafety ng ating mga plug outlets, yung mga appliances po natin, para po maiwasan na masira just in case of power failure or sudden outburst ng ating voltage. Okay po? So, to test this, we will have John Andrew to test our outlet.
So, have the voltage of 240 volts, sir.
Okay? So, makikita po natin dito sa ating multimeter na meron po tayong voltage. So, ibig sabihin, meron pong dumadaloy na voltage dyan. Ngayon, pag pipindutin po natin yung ating GFCI dito for test, so makikita po natin mawawalan ng supply ng voltage dito. So, magsisiro. Pag i-reset po natin, so, okay na ulit yung ating circuit ng outlet. So, ganyan po yung integration po ng ating GFCI sa ating outlet. Okay po? Okay. So, itong part na ito po yung integration ng fire alarm system natin. So, makikita po natin dito yung aming fire alarm is Cooper Model FX2204. Okay? So, ito po ay i-demonstrate ngayon ng aking isang estudyante na si Mr. John Dave. Okay? So, John Dave, pakidemo.
So, i-test po natin yung ating manual call point kung sakaling nagkaroon man ng sunog kapag press ng ang isang individual person is mag-fault sa ating system. So, I will press the MPS or the manual call station. Nag-indicate po siya na nagkaroon ng sunog sa isang building o isang houses.
So, itry mong i-reset at subukan natin pausukan naman. Okay. So, nakita nyo kanina na tumunog yung ating fire alarm by pressing our manual call point. So, ngayon naman po ay susubukan po natin i-trigger yung ating fire alarm panel by inducing smoke to our smoke detector. Okay? So, Andrew, take that, Dave. Ayun po. So makita ninyo, nag-trigger yung ating panel by inducing a smoke sa ating smoke detector. So okay na yun, okay na yun. So i-reset na lang po natin to. Ayan. So yun po yung aming mock-up sa ating fire alarm panel portion. Okay? So far po, this is the full completion of our mock-up. So far kasi po, kararating lang po nung aming biometrics. So hindi pa po namin siya na-integrate dito sa aming panel. But it is for installation na po. So that ends po our demonstration for our mock-up. Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Padlan and Ms. Marquez, for your dynamic presentation on the EIM NC2 Integrated Control System mock-up, our gateway to competent trainees, training, and home improvement industry. We hope that the AVP was able to help us better appreciate the integrated control system under the home improvement industry. Once again, we now open the floor to your questions or clarifications. We shall have the Q&A for this time for NTRA Technology Research 1. For questions and clarifications, you may use the raise hand button so we can acknowledge you. Our technical support shall assist you in unmuting your microphone, or you may also type in your questions in the chat box. We will entertain at least 2 questions from the audience and will take note of other questions to be answered later. Once again, if you have any questions or clarifications, you may type in your questions in the chat box or click the raise hand button. If there are no more questions, or there's no question in the chat box. So we'll just raise one question here. What are the factors that you considered in designing or developing your mock-up? This is for Ma'am Marquez and Sir Padlan.
Good afternoon po. I created my mock-up based on the portability and ease of transport because as per experience in my CBT training delivery, we have problems in holding our equipments, especially the boards, because they are bulky. That's why I designed the mock-up to be foldable in order to make it easy for us to transport the trainer to the other communities that we render services with. Okay po.
Just a follow-up question po. What do you think are the advantages of your mock-up compared to the commercially available in the market?
I think the advantage of my mock-up is you can see all the integration of the different auxiliary devices, especially the very common, which is the fire alarm control panel, which is a new trend in the home improvement as of today. And also included are the CCTV system and as well as the system access control or security access control.
Ano po sa tingin niyo ang impact nitong mock-up sa mga trainees?
Well, for me, the impact would be the full conceptualization of the home designing. So, andun na po, syempre, andun yung basic natin. We have the basic electrical circuit designing as well as layouting of the additional auxiliary devices. As mentioned earlier, yung ating fire alarm, CCTV, and the security access control.
Thank you, Sir Padlan. So to our participants, baka may questions po kayo sa presenters natin on technology research.
Siguro po ako, may question po ako, Sir Padlan, Ma'am Carmela. Ano po yung feedback ng trainees niyo po, ng students niyo po when they try to use it or to test the mock-up? Parang ano yung naging experience po nila in terms of using it for their learning?
Basically, they really show interest, no? Especially those two participants which are graduate of our recent batches of EIM, yung dalawa pong nandun sa demo. It had piqued their interest, no? So that's why I think it has a greater impact because they show interest in understanding the principles of electricals in the home improvement.
I think we have questions sa chat. I'm gonna read it lang po, sir. Mas matuto ang trainees pag hindi ready-made ang circuit. Baklas balik ba ang paggamit niyan?
Actually, the mock-up is designed, no, for the actually merong ano yun sa loob. Meron siya yung tinatawag na molded keys, yung parang terminal block. Those represents the splicing in the junction boxes. So, pagdating sa actual training, so ang babaklasin lang po nila doon is yung sa may junction box area or splicing area. So, sila mismo ang mag-interconnect ng system. Andun na po yung wire, so andun na rin yung plus na makakatipid po tayo sa mga training materials po.
Speaking of tipid po, sir, may nagtanong po, parang how much is the estimated cost of production if they wanted to replicate similar model or type?
As of now, I haven't computed it yet, but of course, it will depend on the accessories that you will put in the mock-up, especially the materials of the board.
Sige po. Siguro last question, has the design undergone an evaluation or na-check na po ba ito or napa-evaluate nyo na po ito sa industry experts in terms of its acceptability and effectiveness? Parang have you consulted with industry experts on the mock-up po?
So far, I haven't undergone it yet because it is still on the testing stage. Actually, I use it to test the sturdiness of the board. Yun muna yung sinubukan ko. Portability, at the same time, yung sturdiness niya pagdating sa actual training delivery. I use it on my 2 batches in the Alaminos and the Mataran. So far, it withstood the training duration. That's why I'm planning to finalize it para at least magamit namin. And ma-introduce po namin yung access control and the CCTV, which is, I think, is the difficult part to brought out or bring in the community-based training. So, yun po yung pinaka-target ko po, ma-introduce ko po yung access control and the CCTV.
Okay, sir. May follow-up question dito. How were your mock-up evaluated? Pwede daw po pa-overview.
Excuse me po. Ulit.
How was your mock-up evaluated? Pwede daw po overview.
So far,
sir, sorry. Did you get the question po?
I think some...
How is your mock-up being evaluated daw po? And pwede daw po siya makahingi ng overview.
In full capacity, it has not yet been evaluated. But as per the experience of the trainees, so far naman okay naman yung feedback galing sa kanila. Very interactive daw yung training pag ginagamit daw po nila yung board, unlike other trainings that they encounter, which assembly only sa tabletop lang yung nila, assembly. Yun talagang naka-built-in na siya sa board.
Sir, last question for trainers naman. How will it affect the efficiency and effectiveness of the delivery of training on the part of the trainers?
Pakiulit po.
How will it affect, for this time for the trainers daw po, how will it affect the efficiency and effectiveness of the delivery of training, especially po on the part of the trainees?
I think ma-affect nito yung intensity nung pagti-training mismo ng EIM. Kasi makikita na nila lahat doon yung kumbaga naka-pack na po lahat doon. Actually, pag iano mo yun, magiging very interactive and very rigid yung training nila. Kasi yung board ko po, sa likod po noon, pwede pong gawing part for dropping in activities. Siyempre, andun yung layouting po ng yung conduits, yung mga PVC trunkings, mga ganun. So, makikita ninyo, pagdating sa training, maski dalawang ganun lang pwede mong i-conduct kahit na isang batch yun. Kasi simultaneous po ang usage. Ang isang board can accommodate 6 trainees max. Simultaneous po yun.
Siguro po, last na lang na question from Sir Robinson V from USAID Opportunity 2.0. Are the mock-up model, is the mock-up model readily be available for use in residences or buildings in their electrical system? Yeah, available na po ba siya sa...
So far, it is hindi pa po siya available, pero pag na-finalize na po siguro, pag na-final na po namin yun, pwede po
So
siguro.
more on parang sa training, parang institutional training setting pa lang po siya nagagamit.
Naka-base lang po siya sa amin sa ngayon.
Sige po, maraming salamat po Sir Padlan, Ms. Enriquez po for your time and presenting the mock-up. Yun, for the last, maraming salamat din po sa mga nag-shared po ng kanilang questions. For the last presentation, I would like to introduce to you the following. The first presenter received his Master's of Industrial Education in Administration and Supervision in 2017 and his doctoral degree in Educational Leadership and Management in 2019. He is also an NC Assessor in Computer System Servicing NC2, Fiber Optics Installation NC2, and Trainers Methodology Level 1. Our second presenter is currently affiliated at TESDA San Francisco Institute of Science and Technology in Malilipot, Albay. He finished his academic requirements for a Master of Arts in Industrial Education, major in Instructional Development Technology, and a trainer and lead assessor of EIM NC2 and 3 for Region 5. Let us all welcome Mr. Joel Navarro and Mr. Alritz Escoto. They will be presenting 2 sets of AVPs to introduce their technology research.
Good morning. We are from San Francisco Institute of Science and Technology, and we are the developer of the multifunction programmable logic controller. I am Mr. Joel Navarro, the researcher, and with me is Mr. Alritz Escoto, the developer of the prototype. So the multifunction programmable logic controller technology research is a prototype of an advanced training and electrical installation that focusing on the automation using PLC control system.
Good morning. The personnel of technology development and research division. I'm Mr. Alritz B. Escoto of San Francisco Institute of Science and Technology in Region 5. We are the developer of this technology research named the Multifunction Programmable Logic Control Trainer. This is the objectives of this project. The general objectives is to develop functional mock-up for technical vocational education training using programmable logic control for building automation and electronics modeling automation. B. Specific objectives of this project is to design multi-function programmable logic controller trainer for building automation and electronics modeling. 2. To conduct a multi-function programmable logic control trainer based on a design. Third, to to measure the effectiveness of multifunction PLC trainer and TVET training. The target beneficiaries of this project, this research is intended for technical vocational education and training trainers, TVET trainees, SAI, in line with the electricity and electronics. Future researcher for expansion of this study. The researcher will develop the training prototype to address Industry 4.0 and industry automation using programmable logic control. Then we come up to the conceptual framework of this research. The researchers seek to impart the impact on TVET sector in terms of 1. Deliver simulated environment and delivering competency-based learning in using the instructional backup. Second, enhance transfer of learning by using PLC Universal Trainer. Third, promote modular-based training by using instructional module in delivering the training. Make learning more concrete. Simulate industry practice through use of this training backup. Thank you. I am to explain the different parts of this project. First, the main parts of this project is the Siemens logo programmable logic control device. Then, these different devices are enclosed in a mock-up with aluminum frame that we see here, and we have the plastic acrylic board that install all the different connectors to interface different connection in different device. The function of the logo is to receive the program from the computer. This laptop or personal computer will make a program here in order to connect here in the logo to function the different projects. The first project that we developed is the traffic light system that are very usable in all streets of the cities. Then we have also the conveyors that used in the industry, in the industrial manufacturing plants, in order to carry the finished product or transfer product from one place to another in the industry. And we have here in the conveyor system as one of the main projects that being functioned by the PLC is the sensor. Once the object sends by the sensor, this will light like this. Okay. And once the item will fall, the sensor will detect the items in order to be arranged by the PLC. Okay. And we have a solenoid here. All of this is functioned with low voltage supply from the power supply and controlled by the programmable logic. Another project is the float switch. Once the water level of the water tank reach the capacity, this will be programmed also in the PLC. Automatically it will stop the flowing of water. Okay. Another part of this mock-up multifunction logic controller is if the program here in the logo PLC will full. The generic PLC is replaced. This is generic because it doesn't have brand. Okay, this is the as expansion of the logo programmable logic control device. Then the function also of this generic PLC will supplied by the relay. So 20 volts output relay. Then the 220 volts input, and 12 and 5 volts output also used in this type of relay module. And we have also another type of module, the motor control circuit devices. This is the magnetic contactors with overload relay and the timer in order to see the run of the motor in a desired time, because we have a timer incorporated and interface here in the module. In this programmable logic control mock-up or trainer have different types of module in order to function the different projects. First project that are programmed here in the logo or even programmed here in the generic PLC is the traffic light system that have interval time in interchanging the light, and the conveyor and the water tank level system. Okay?
Okay, so those are the functions of the programmable logic, multifunction programmable logic controller. The production cost of the programmable logic controller is 104,840 pesos, as compared to the existing model, which has a ranging price from 200 to 300,000 pesos. This product can be sold commercially with a cost of about 146,762 pesos with 40% net income. This device has been constructed for about 3 months. That includes trial and errors, research and development, testing, documentations, and other purpose. But this device can be commercially produced for about 2 to 3 weeks. So if it is the commercially produced, it will consume for about 2 to 3 weeks for commercialization. Now, the existing mock-up in PLC has fixed circuit design and function embedded in the design itself. Those are the commercially available. However, this multifunction programmable logic controller has several projects to experiment by the student. Based on the discussion a while ago by Mr. Escoto, it has 3 basic projects featured in our research, but it is not limited to those 3 projects. The trainer or the user of this project can design their own circuit. They can produce this kind of board and place their own design. They can customize their design based on their application. There are several possible designs like fire alarm system, alarm system, sensors, automations, robotics, and other functions that can be designed using this multifunction controller. So, this device has several procedures during the construction. The construction procedure of this device have several phases. The first phase is the development concepts. So, the development concept involves the planning, documentation, research, design, and after we develop the concept, we conceptualize with Mr. Escoto the design idea. Now, after we conceptualize the design idea, we prepare the block diagram and schematic diagram as stated in our papers, and design wiring diagram. So that is in designing stage. Now, next is the development stage. During the development stage, the first one is we conduct wiring or the development of the mock-up first. We develop the mock-up. This one is made up of acrylic board and made of aluminum casing with two cabinet designed for this board. So this will be designed for this board. So if the trainer will plan to build 20, 40 boards, so dito po siya ilalagay. So this is the function of this. So that is the first stage, the development of this mock-up casing. Okay. The second stage is drilling of holes based on the layout. We drill the hole. Then the second stage or the third stage is mounting of the different devices. So we mount the different devices first. We mount the PLC, the two PLC. Then we mount the different binding posts, the switches, the relay, the timer, and the magnetic contactors. And the third stage is the wiring. So we connect them individually, piece by piece, based on the diagram. We connect first the PLC, the two PLC connected to the power supply. So this device is connected and wired together. Okay. Then after the wiring, next is testing. We test the device, first the PLC, we test the projects, we test the functionality of each project, and next is production of the mock-up device, this one, and documentation. And the last stage is programming. So we program this one, we program the PLC using the ladder logic design. Okay, then we test it, then we achieve with the finished product. Then last subject are research to users acceptability. Okay, so in terms of usability based on portability, usability, ease of use, manipulation, safety, design, and innovation. We subject this one to 13 trainers. So we consult the 13 trainers in EIM and give their individual suggestion and recommendation, and eventually we come up with their outcome. So all of them says that this one is applicable and it's usable as functional mock-up in electrical installation and maintenance. They recommend, all of them recommended that this device can be used as a mock-up. So therefore, we conclude that this device can be effective aid in conducting training using EIM NC2 or EIM NC3. Okay, so we hope that we enlighten you with our design. This design will be subjected for commercialization if it has been approved for the budgeting. Hopefully, we look forward on the development of this mock-up for commercialization in the near futures. We believe that using this device, the electrical installation and maintenance training will be easy, especially in highly sophisticated device, especially in automation using PLC, since we are now in Industry 4.0. So we are ready to adapt using this mock-up. Thank you very much, and mabuhay po tayo, and sa TESDA po, abot lahat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro and Mr. Escoto, fellow Bicolanos, for your very informative presentation on the Tech Research Multifunction Programmable Logic Controller Trainer. So once again, kindly stand by, Lancers. We open the floor to questions and clarifications. Baka this time may mag-raise hand and unmute to raise his or her question. From our participants. Habang naghihintay sa questions, let me just read. Okay, from Armel Duran, congratulations to all the presenters. Excellent job, everyone. Kudos to the trainers and technology researchers. Okay. Sige, sir. Eto may isang question dito. In layman's terms, or siguro sa mga hindi masyadong techie, how do you explain the practical application of your project? Or Sir Navarro and Escoto, in layman's terms, how do you explain the practical application of your project?
Pwede mo pasalin sila.
I think hindi lang marinig audio ni Sir Joel.
Naka-unmute po kayo ata, sir. Pakilakasan na lang po yung volume.
Yung audio source po ata.
Kinadangog sir.
O daan yung nanadangog.
Sino control talaga?
Ayan, Sir Alritz Escoto, naririnig na po namin kayo.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning to all. And the first question, this is my only specific answer. In practical application of our project, I will give the advantage in using this project. First, this is a friendly user mock-up. Since this is supplied with low voltage supplied circuit, mas madali pong gamitin ito ng ating mga clients like trainees during training. First, we come up in the design of this PLC control mock-up because this is reliable in the industry today using the automation. This is also stable and reliable in application during training in EIM and C3. I mean, the other detail po, Mr. Navarro will explain. Thank you.
Sir, we can still hear you po.
Sir Joel, wala po kayong audio. Sir Joel, maybe it's better kung alisin nyo na lang po yung earphones nyo.
Sige po, habang hinintay nating mag-reconnect si Sir Joel. Sir Alritz, may comment po dito, may question po dito. I did not see the actuator. Meron daw po ba actuator dun sa mock-up nyo po?
Yes, sir. The actuator are located at the water level project because we come up for modules of this in to be called as a multi-function. First, the traffic light system. Secondly, the conveying system, and third, the float switch in
in water system. The solenoid is located in the conveyor. Kaso sir, for installation po ng circuit yun, kaya gumagana lang yung sensor.
Sige po. Another question po dito sa chat natin from the audience. May we know what other qualifications can use the mock-up that you designed po?
Yes, sir. This is
Ayun po si Sir Joel. Hello po.
Also in electronic product servicing.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Not only in EIM. Thank you.
Sir Joel, we can hear you na po.
Okay, lumabas kasi ako kasi mahina ang internet dito talaga. Okay.
Thank you po.
Doon sa first question kanina, ang pagkakaiba niya sa ibang existing na mock-up is that number one, the existing mock-up is single function lang ang usual na mock-up ng PLC at saka masyadong expensive. But this research has, the trainer itself or the student itself can customize their own design in application of this mock-up. That's why they call it multifunction programmable logic controller. Also, marami siyang pwedeng paggamitan. That's why sabi kanina Mr. Escoto, pwede siya gamitin sa EPAS, sa EIM NC2, NC3, sa mechatronics, NC1, NC2. So pwede po siyang gamitin kasi pwede po i-modify ni trainer kung ano yung gusto niyang project na gamitin sa kanyang sa kanyang design. So he can innovate any kind of project na gustong gawin ni trainer, pwede niya pong dagdagan. Pero dito po sa research namin with limited budget, we only design until hanggang 3 lang muna yung na-design namin na project. So marami po siyang possibilities na pwedeng i-expand po itong research na ito kasi yun talaga ang purpose niya, kaya nga tinawag namin siyang multifunction. Yan lang po.
Alex, may questions pa tayo?
I am trying to read kung meron sa chat box. May we know what qualifications can we use sa mock-up? Ay, no, sorry. Ano na pala ito? Na-answer na kanina.
Sabi ni Sir Alric, electronic, ano po ulit yun, sir? Sorry. Ay, sorry, nakamute po.
Sa EPAS po, pwedeng i-apply po. And mechatronics NC2 and 3.
So, electronic product servicing tapos mechatronics po. Ayun. Multi-purpose din po siya. Alex, do you have other questions pa?
I think si Sir Joel may sinasabi.
Ay, sige po.
Sir Joel.
I'm just clarifying a while ago that the qualification is EIM, NC2, NC3, EPAS, NC2, mechatronics, NC1 and NC2. Yun lang po.
Okay, so wala na po actually questions sa chat box. And nandito na lang, hope we can have a soft copy of what we have discussed today. Thank you to all the presenters, speakers, and Testa. Keep it up. Thank you. From Jefferson of Peso. Okay, so yes, we would like to thank Mr. Navarro and Mr. Escoto for their presentations and to the other presenters who for this technology research. And thank you so much for responding to the questions of our participants. Sir Lawrence.
Yes. Before we officially end today's program, may we request the Executive Director of the National Institute for TESD, Executive Director David Bungalyon, for the closing message.
Okay, so I'm trying to unmute myself and show the camera, but it's not being allowed. Anyway, am I heard?
Yes, sir, clear po.
Okay, thank you. So our Secretary Isidro La Peña, DDG Rosana A. Ordaneta, partners from the
TVET, ILO, and other organizations involved in this project, resource persons, panelists, guests, and participants, fellow public servants, isang mapagpalang hapon po sa ating lahat. Before we officially close this web conference, let me owe the success of this endeavor to the services of our resource persons, the invited panelists and facilitators, and the active engagement with the participants from the TESDA board, representatives from the government, industry associations, TVET associations, and TESDA operating units. As an employee of the NITSD, the executive office that connects with TTIs in curriculum and training implementation, I commend the TTIs that presented the research and innovation initiatives. Truly, it advances training delivery in TVET, and it enhances trainers' pedagogy with use of technology and makes learning motivating, these characteristics of learners this era. We can only thank you, all of you, from our hearts, and assure you that your valuable inputs and recommendations during this conference will strengthen our research and development programs, leading to the formulation of a research-based and well-informed TSD policies, the promotion of technology research and innovation in the delivery of TVET, and towards the development of employment-responsive TSD programs. We look forward to your continuing support and contribution as we promote and develop the culture of research and innovation in TVET to contribute in the resolve for a demand-based and technology-aligned human resource development programs, and also share in the formulation of a well-informed and grounded policies and decisions that will steer the way to a better TVET. From here, I am officially closing this conference. Advance Merry Christmas and stay safe.
Thank you, Director Dave. For apologies for some technical difficulty. Sir, can you try to open your webcam? Baka pwede na siya ulit i-open.
Ayan,
Ayan.
Yun na.
Ayan. Hello po. And thank you once again for your message. So that ends our program today. We would like to thank all our participants and all the presenters, panel members, and facilitators for contributing to our informative and fruitful discussions. We hope that through our discussions, we were able to generate policy and technology-related knowledge and information that will serve as inputs for various activities, such as training and assessment, creation of employment opportunities, identification of new and emerging competencies, and enhancement of TVET programs.
To our participants, please don't forget to submit your attendance and program evaluation forms. This will serve as the basis for your e-certificates in this conference. I would like to take this opportunity as well to thank TESDA for collaborating with TVET on this research project. And I would like to invite everyone as well to follow Philippine Business for Education and YouthWorks pages to be updated on our latest events and activities like this one.
Hindi dito nagtatapos ang ating event, Sir Lawrence. We would also like to invite everyone to join us next week, December 3, 2021, from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. via Zoom and FB Live as we conduct the TVET Policy E-Forum 2021 with the theme Disruption to Direction, Adaptive Strategies in TVET for Resilience Towards the Future. So for those who are interested, the registration link shall be posted in the chat box. So on behalf of our Policies and Planning, Deputy Director General Rosana A. Urdaneta, thank you very much for joining us in this conference today. See you again in our next TVET research conferences.
Maraming salamat po at ingat po tayong lahat.
All united, we answer the test, the call. We raise the test, the